It's funny how something you use today without thinking about it has a history stretching back much further than you'd expect. So I'm glad you're here to take a slower look at it with me tonight. As always, just to throw it out there, this is a curated sleep experience, carefully researched and gently shaped to be as accurate as possible while still helping you unwind. So don't you worry. Now, with rain moving quietly through the background, we're easing into the history of utensils through the ages. I've talked a bit about forks before, but this time we're going deeper, taking a more complete and all-around look at how people ate, adapted, and shaped these small tools over time. If this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. I always enjoy hearing from you guys every night, and so do you for us as a collective. Now let your head settle into the pillow, soften your breath, and let the steady rhythm of the rain guide you gently into the story. Tonight you will journey through the quiet history of the tools we use to eat. From the earliest carved spoons to the gleaming silverware on modern tables, these simple objects have witnessed thousands of years of human ingenuity and social change. Settle in as we explore how humanity learned to dine with grace. You're sitting at a table right now, or perhaps lying in bed, and within arm's reach there are probably utensils. A fork rests in your kitchen drawer, a spoon sits in your sink. These objects are so ordinary that you barely notice them anymore. But there was a time when eating with your hands was not just acceptable. It was the only option humanity had. Picture yourself 60,000 years ago. You're hungry. The fire has just finished cooking a piece of meat. You reach toward the flames and immediately pull back. The heat is too intense. Your fingers cannot grasp the food without burning. This is a problem that needs solving. You look around and spot a stick. A simple piece of wood lying on the ground. You pick it up and use it to spear the meat, pulling it away from the fire. In this moment you have just invented one of humanity's first eating tools. This stick is not elegant. It has no name yet. But it works. Archaeological evidence from sites across Africa and Europe shows that early humans used pointed sticks and sharp stones for eating. These were not specialised tools made specifically for dining. They were multi-purpose implements that served many functions throughout the day. The same stick that speared your dinner might have been used earlier to dig for roots or defend against animals. As humans developed more sophisticated hunting techniques, the tools became more refined. Sharp flint blades could cut through tough meat and animal hide. Hollowed-out shells served as crude bowls for water or soft foods. Flat stones worked as primitive plates. These innovations happened slowly over thousands of years, spread across different continents and cultures. The interesting part is not just what early humans used to eat, it is how they shared food. Communal eating was essential for survival. A successful hunt meant dividing the meat among the group. Everyone ate together, often directly from a shared carcass or cooking pit. The concept of individual portions did not exist yet. Neither did the idea that each person needed their own set of eating implements. Your hands remained the primary tool for most foods. Fingers could tear soft bread, scoop porridge, and pinch small morsels. Archaeological research by Kathleen Sterling at Binghamton University found evidence that even when early tools existed, hands were still preferred for many types of food. The tactile connection between hand and mouth felt natural. It still does today in many cultures around the world. But hands had limitations. Hot foods were difficult to manage. Liquids could not be transported easily. Sticky or greasy foods made a mess. These practical problems pushed humans to innovate. The solutions they developed would eventually become the spoons, knives, and forks we recognize today. The transition from hands to tools was not uniform across different societies. Some cultures adopted eating implements earlier than others, based on the types of food they ate and the resources available to them. Groups that consumed more soups and stews needed scooping tools sooner. Societies that hunted large game required better cutting implements. The environment shaped the evolution of dining tools just as much as human creativity did. Fascinating archaeological finds from Paleolithic cave sites in Spain have revealed collections of shells with worn edges, suggesting repeated use as spoons. These shells date back approximately 30,000 years. Someone found them, cleaned them, and used them regularly enough to wear down the natural ridges. This tells us that even in prehistoric times, humans recognized the value of keeping useful tools rather than discarding them after a single use. The concept of ownership also began to develop around these early tools. A well-made cutting stone or a particularly good scooping shell might belong to a specific person within a group. This represented one of the first instances of personal property related to eating. Your shell was yours. Someone else had their own. This small distinction would eventually grow into elaborate systems of individual place settings thousands of years later. Fire changed everything about how humans ate. Cooked food was softer, easier to chew, and safer to consume. But it also created new challenges. Hot foods burned fingers. Ashen embers got mixed into meals. Cooking over open flames required ways to manipulate food without getting too close to the heat. Sticks evolved into longer implements with various ends designed for specific tasks. A forked stick could flip food. A flattened piece of wood could scrape out the contents of a cooking vessel. You can still see echoes of these early innovations in modern cooking tools. Tongs, spatulas and serving spoons all trace their ancestry back to those first modified sticks used around prehistoric cooking fires. The basic mechanical advantage of extending your reach with a tool is as useful today as it was tens of thousands of years ago. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before specialised dining implements could develop, humans needed to establish settled communities with more complex social structures. That process took thousands of years and happened at different rates across the globe. Let us move forward in time to when the first true spoons began to appear. The spoon is probably the oldest specialised eating utensil that humans deliberately crafted for dining. Unlike a knife, which served many purposes, a spoon had one primary function. It moved liquid or soft food from a container to your mouth. This simple tool appears independently in multiple ancient civilizations, suggesting that it solved a universal human problem. The earlier spoons were made from materials readily available in nature. Shells were popular in coastal regions. Their natural concave shape required minimal modification. A hole drilled near the base allowed a cord to pass through for hanging or carrying. Wooden spoons appeared in forested areas where suitable wood could be carved. Animal bones, particularly the shoulder blades of large mammals, were shaped into spoon-like implements in regions where herding was common. Egyptian tomb paintings from around 3,000 years before the Common Era show servants holding long-handled spoons. These were not the small spoons you use for tea. They were substantial implements designed for serving food from large communal vessels. The handles stretched 2 feet long or more. The bowls were wide and shallow. Archaeological excavations at various Egyptian sites have recovered actual examples made from wood, ivory and stone. The wealthy Egyptians had decorative spoons carved from hippopotamus ivory or precious metals. These were status symbols as much as functional tools. A particularly elaborate example in the British Museum features a handle carved into the shape of a swimming girl, pushing a duck-shaped bowl in front of her. This spoon was probably never used for eating. It may have held cosmetics or incense instead. But it shows how early humans understood that utilitarian objects could also be beautiful. Greek and Roman civilizations took spoon design further. The Romans developed 2 distinct types. The larger one was called a ligula. It had a pointed handle that could be used to extract shellfish from shells or reach into narrow-necked bottles. The smaller version, called a cochlea, had a handle with a sharp end specifically designed for eating eggs and shellfish. This dual-purpose design showed sophisticated thinking about how eating tools could serve multiple functions. Roman spoons were made from various materials depending on the owner's wealth. Bronze was common among middle-class families. Silver was reserved for the wealthy. The poorest Romans made do with wooden spoons or simply used bread to scoop their food. Archaeological sites across the former Roman Empire have yielded thousands of spoon examples, telling us that these implements were widespread and commonly used. But here is something interesting. Romans did not use spoons for everything. They still ate much of their food with their hands, even at elaborate banquets. The spoon was specifically for foods that could not be easily managed otherwise. Thick stews, porridge, eggs, and certain sauces required a scooping tool. Everything else was finger food. The idea that all food should be eaten with utensils was still many centuries away. Chinese civilization developed spoons independently and much earlier than Western cultures. Archaeological evidence from the Shang dynasty, roughly 3,500 years ago, shows bronze spoons being used at royal courts. These spoons had deeper bowls and shorter handles than their Western counterparts. The design made sense for the types of food eaten in Chinese cuisine. Rice porridge, soups, and other liquid-based dishes were staples of the diet. Chinese spoons were also made from ceramic materials, which was unusual for the time. Pottery technology in ancient China was highly advanced. Glazed ceramic spoons could be mass-produced more easily than metal ones. They did not rust or corrode. They were smooth and pleasant to put in your mouth. The main drawback was fragility, but clay was abundant and cheap enough that broken spoons could be easily replaced. The shape of Chinese spoons remained remarkably consistent for thousands of years. The wide, shallow bowl and short handle became the standard design. Even today, traditional Chinese soup spoons maintain this ancient form. This continuity suggests that the design was so well suited to its purpose that improvement was unnecessary. Sometimes the first solution really is the best one. In medieval Europe, spoons became more common but were still not universal. Most households had only a few spoons, usually made from wood or horn. These were communal items shared by everyone at the table. The idea of each person having their own spoon was a luxury reserved for wealthy families. Travellers often carried their own personal spoons when journeying, since they could not count on inns or hosts to provide them. The materials used for spoon making reflected regional resources and social class. English spoons from the medieval period were frequently made from horn, which was plentiful from the cattle industry. The horn was heated until soft, pressed into moulds, and then cooled to set the shape. These spoons were durable and reasonably water-resistant. They had an unfortunate tendency to taste like horn if not properly treated, but they were affordable for common people. Wealthier medieval households owned pewter spoons. Pewter is an alloy of tin with small amounts of copper and other metals. It was cheaper than silver, but still represented a significant investment. A set of pewter spoons might be listed in a will as valuable property to be inherited by the next generation. Church records from the period document disputes over spoon ownership between family members after someone died. The handles of medieval spoons became increasingly decorative over time. English spoons from the 14th and 15th centuries often featured ornate finials on the end of the handle. These decorative tops came in many forms. Some depicted saints, others showed secular figures or abstract designs. The finial served no functional purpose, but it added beauty to an everyday object. It also helped identify ownership when multiple families ate together at large gatherings. The word spoon itself comes from an Anglo-Saxon term meaning a chip or splinter of wood. This etymology reminds us that spoons started as simple carved implements before evolving into more sophisticated tools. The linguistic connection to wood persists, even though most modern spoons are made from metal. Language often preserves these historical memories long after the original context has been forgotten. Religious significance attached itself to spoons in various cultures. In medieval Christianity, spoons were sometimes blessed and used in baptism ceremonies to give the holy water to infants. Special apostle spoons featuring carved figures of the 12 apostles were popular christening gifts in England. Wealthy godparents would give a complete set of 12, while more modest gifts might include just 1 or 2 spoons bearing the saint after whom the child was named. But most spoons throughout history were humble, functional objects with no particular significance beyond their utility. A wooden spoon stirring porridge in a peasant cottage was just a tool for eating. It became worn and stained with use. Eventually it cracked or broke and was replaced with another carved from the same materials. These ordinary spoons do not survive in museum collections, but they were the implements that most humans actually used for most of history. The spoon was revolutionary in its own quiet way. It allowed humans to consume foods that would otherwise be impossible to eat neatly. It reduced waste by enabling complete consumption of liquids and semi-liquids. It permitted hot foods to cool slightly in the bowl of the spoon before reaching your mouth. These advantages seem obvious now, but they represented genuine improvements in the human dining experience when they were first adopted. The knife holds a strange position in dining history. It was essential yet dangerous, utilitarian yet threatening. Unlike the peaceful spoon, the knife carried violent connotations. The same blade that carved your dinner could just as easily be turned into a weapon. This dual nature shaped how knives were used at the table, and what rules developed around them. Early humans used sharp stones and flint blades for cutting food. These tools were indistinguishable from hunting and butchering implements. There was no separate category of dining knife. A blade was a blade. If you needed to cut something, you used whatever sharp edge was available. The idea that eating knives should be different from other knives had not yet developed. Bronze Age cultures began producing metal knives around 5,000 years ago. These were stronger and held an edge better than stone tools. They could be resharpened repeatedly. The wealthy owned knives with decorated handles made from bone, horn, or precious materials. The poor made do with simpler implements. But regardless of social class, most people carried a knife with them as an everyday tool. Medieval Europe elevated knife carrying to a social expectation. A man without a knife was unprepared for life. You needed a knife to eat, to work, to defend yourself, and to perform countless daily tasks. Historical records show that knife ownership was so common that specific legal distinctions developed between knives that were tools and knives that were weapons. The difference often came down to blade length and whether the knife was designed primarily for stabbing. At medieval dining tables, each person brought their own knife. Hosts did not provide cutlery. You were expected to arrive with your personal eating knife already tucked into your belt or hanging from your clothing. This knife was yours. You maintained it, sharpened it, and were responsible for its use. The concept of matched sets of dining knives provided by the host came much later. The design of eating knives gradually changed to distinguish them from fighting knives. Blades became shorter, tips became less pointed. Some cultures, particularly in France, mandated that table knife points be rounded to reduce the possibility of using them as weapons. This happened in 1637, when Cardinal Richelieu reportedly became disgusted by dinner guests picking their teeth with the sharp points of their knives. He ordered that all pointed knives be ground down and that all new table knives be made with rounded ends. This change took time to spread across Europe. English table knives maintained pointed tips well into the 18th century. Regional variations persisted based on local customs and manufacturing traditions. But the general trend was clear. Eating knives were becoming specialised tools designed specifically for dining, rather than multi-purpose blades suitable for any task. The blade materials reflected technological advances in metallurgy. Iron knives were common but prone to rust. Steel offered better performance but cost more. Silver knives appeared on wealthy tables, though silver is too soft to hold a sharp edge well. These were more about display than function. The truly wealthy might use silver-handled knives with steel blades, combining beauty with practicality. Knife handles became increasingly elaborate. Craftsmen carved handles from staghorn, which was durable and attractive. Ivory was prized for high-end knives despite being expensive and difficult to work. Wood remained the most common handle material for ordinary people. Different woods offered different properties. Dense hardwoods like oak were durable but heavy. Softer woods were lighter but wore out faster. The matching of knives to specific tasks developed gradually. Large knives for cutting meat, smaller knives for fruit, specialised fish knives with broader, shorter blades, butter knives with rounded edges and no sharp point at all. Each variation represented a refinement of purpose. As dining became more formal, the number of specialised knives at a place setting increased. But here is what often gets overlooked in histories of table knives. For most people through most of history, one knife did everything. The proliferation of specialised knife types was a luxury of the wealthy. A farmer's family might own 2 or 3 knives total for the entire household. These knives cut bread, meat, vegetables, and anything else that needed cutting. The idea that you needed a separate knife for fish would have seemed absurd. Social rules around knife use became increasingly complex. Medieval etiquette books warned against pointing knives at other diners, cleaning your nails with your knife at the table, or picking your teeth with the point. These prohibitions tell us that people were doing all these things regularly enough to require explicit rules against them. Human behaviour at the table was apparently much more casual than later generations imagined. The way knives were positioned on the table carried meaning. Knife blades pointing inward toward your plate showed peaceful intent. Blades pointing outward could be interpreted as threatening, or at least rude. In some cultures, laying your knife down with the blade facing toward another person was considered an insult. These subtle rules of knife placement persisted into the modern era in modified forms. Women and knives had a complicated relationship throughout history. Genteel women in medieval and early modern Europe were often discouraged from carrying large knives or using them too vigorously at table. This was tied to broader ideas about feminine delicacy and appropriate behaviour. Cutting your own meat was sometimes considered unfeminine. A proper gentleman would cut meat for the ladies at his table. This custom seems ridiculous now, but was taken seriously for centuries. The sharpening and maintenance of dining knives was an important household task. Dull knives made eating difficult and appeared slovenly. Skilled knife sharpeners travelled from house to house offering their services. Some wealthy households employed servants specifically to maintain cutlery. A well-kept knife indicated a well-run household. The condition of your dining knives reflected your social status and domestic competence. Regional blade styles developed based on local food preferences. German knives tended to be heavier with curved blades suitable for cutting thick sausages and dense bread. French knives became lighter and more delicate, reflecting the evolution of French cuisine toward more refined preparations. English knives maintained practical, sturdy designs appropriate for traditional British fare. These national styles persisted even as international trade in cutlery increased. The knife's role at the table began to diminish somewhat with the eventual widespread adoption of forks. When you had a fork to hold food steady, you needed your knife less frequently. But knives never disappeared from dining tables. They remain essential tools today, though modern steak knives are probably the least threatening implements ever designed to cut flesh. The fork arrived late to the European table and faced surprising resistance. This seems strange from our modern perspective, where forks are as essential as spoons or knives. But for centuries the fork was considered weird, foreign, and even sinful by many Europeans. The story of how forks overcame this prejudice is one of the oddest chapters in dining history. Ancient civilizations knew about forks. Archaeological evidence shows that both Greek and Roman cultures used large two-pronged forks for cooking and serving. These were not eating implements. They were kitchen tools for manipulating food over fires or transferring large pieces of meat from serving platters. The idea of using a small fork to bring food to your own mouth had not yet taken hold in Western culture. The earliest known use of individual dining forks comes from the Byzantine Empire. Wealthy Byzantines in the 7th and 8th centuries used small forks made from precious metals. These were luxury items associated with imperial courts and high nobility. The practice did not spread widely even within Byzantine society, remaining confined to the upper levels of the aristocracy. The famous introduction of the fork to Western Europe came in 1104. Theodora Anna Dukaina, a Byzantine princess, married Domenico Selvo, the Doge of Venice. She brought her Byzantine customs with her, including the use of a golden fork to eat her food. Venetian society was scandalized. Contemporary accounts describe her eating habits with a mixture of fascination and horror. One chronicler wrote that she refused to eat with her fingers like normal people, and instead had a eunuch cut her food into small pieces that she then speared with a golden fork with 2 prongs. The tone of the account makes clear this was not admiring. The writer thought her behaviour was pretentious and unnatural. When Theodora died of plague a few years later, some religious figures claimed it was divine punishment for her prideful eating habits. This story illustrates the deep cultural resistance to forks in medieval Europe. The objections were partly practical. Forks seemed unnecessary when fingers worked perfectly well for most foods, but the resistance was also moral and religious. God gave humans fingers for eating. Using a metal implement instead seemed to reject divine design. This argument sounds absurd now, but it carried real weight in medieval religious thought. Forks also suffered from association with the devil. Medieval artwork sometimes depicted Satan holding a pitchfork or trident. The visual similarity to dining forks created unfortunate associations. Some preachers warned that using forks invited demonic influence. Whether these religious authorities actually believed this, or were simply conservative about changes to traditional customs, is unclear. Either way, their opposition slowed fork adoption significantly. Despite the initial rejection, forks slowly gained ground in Italy over the following centuries. By the 1400s, wealthy Italian families were using forks regularly. The implements were still luxury items made from silver or gold with decorative handles, but they were no longer seen as strange or sinful, at least not in sophisticated Italian circles. The rest of Europe remained sceptical. France adopted forks in the 1500s, primarily through Italian influence. Catherine de' Medici, who married the future King Henry II of France, brought her Italian dining customs with her to the French court. This included the use of forks. The French aristocracy gradually adopted the practice, seeing it as fashionable and refined. By the 1600s, forks were established at noble French tables. England resisted forks even longer. Thomas Coryat, an English traveller who visited Italy in 1608, wrote about the strange Italian custom of using forks. He noted that Italians thought it bad manners to touch food with fingers and instead used small forks. Coryat brought some forks back to England and tried to popularise them. His friends mocked him mercilessly, calling him ridiculous for imitating foreign affectations. The English eventually came around to forks in the mid-1600s, partly through French influence. King Charles II spent years in French exile and returned with continental tastes, including the use of forks. The royal court adopted forks, and the practice gradually filtered down through British society. By 1700, forks were common among the English middle and upper classes, though working people continued eating primarily with their hands and knives for decades longer. Early forks had only 2 prongs or tines. This made them somewhat awkward to use. Food could slip between the tines. Stabbing food required careful aim. The 2-tined fork was better than nothing, but not dramatically superior to using fingers or bread to convey food to your mouth. This partly explains why adoption was so slow. If forks had been obviously better, resistance would have crumbled faster. The development of 3- and 4-tined forks in the early 1700s made the implements much more practical. Multiple tines could hold food more securely. The fork could scoop as well as stab, making it useful for a wider variety of foods. The improved design helped overcome the remaining resistance to fork use. By the late 1700s, forks with 3 or 4 tines had become standard across Europe. Americans adopted forks later than Europeans. Colonial America in the 1600s relied mainly on spoons and knives. Forks were rare and considered unnecessary luxuries. Benjamin Franklin supposedly did not use a fork regularly until he spent time in France as an ambassador. Thomas Jefferson was an early American fork enthusiast, having developed a taste for them during his time in Paris. He helped popularize forks among American elites in the late 1700s. The materials used for forks reflected social status, just as with other utensils. Silver forks were for the wealthy. Steel forks served middle-class households. Tin or brass forks were affordable for working people who could afford forks at all. The poorest Americans continued eating with their hands, knives, and spoons well into the 1800s. Forks were the last utensil to achieve universal use across all social classes. The design details of forks became surprisingly important. Handle shapes, decorative patterns, the curve of the tines, the weight and balance of the implement. All these factors influenced how pleasant a fork was to use. Silversmiths and other craftsmen competed to produce forks that were both beautiful and functional. The fork evolved from a strange foreign curiosity into a showcase for craftsmanship and taste. Regional differences in fork design persisted. French forks tended to have longer, narrower tines. English forks were sturdier with shorter, thicker tines. German forks were heavier overall. These variations reflected different food cultures and eating styles. There was no single correct way to make a fork, only different solutions to the same basic problem of moving food from plate to mouth. The fork's journey from rejected oddity to essential utensil took roughly 600 years in Europe, and even longer in other parts of the world. This extended timeline reminds us that technological and cultural changes often happen much more slowly than we expect. Something that seemed obviously useful in hindsight was not obvious at all to the people actually living through the transition. The fork's slow adoption is a lesson in human resistance to change, even beneficial change. Medieval dining was a communal, messy, loud affair that would shock modern sensibilities. The elaborate table manners we associate with formal dining developed later. Medieval people had rules about eating behaviour, but those rules were very different from what came after. Understanding medieval dining practices helps us appreciate how much table customs have changed over the centuries. Most medieval meals happened around a shared table, though not everyone had an actual table. Poorer households used boards laid across trestles that could be taken down after the meal. The word board as a synonym for meals comes from this practice. You sat at the board to eat. The table as permanent furniture in a dedicated dining room was a later development for most people. Seating arrangements at medieval meals were carefully organised by social status. The lord of the household sat at the head, or in the centre of the high table, often on a raised platform. Important guests sat near him. Less important people sat farther away. Servants and very low-status individuals might stand while eating, or sit at separate tables entirely. Your physical position at the meal announced your social position to everyone present. Food arrived at the table in large shared containers. There were no individual portions. Everyone reached into the common dishes to take what they wanted. Spoons helped with liquids and soft foods. Knives cut meat. But fingers did most of the work of conveying food from the shared dishes to your mouth. This required a certain degree of skill and courtesy to avoid colliding with other hands reaching into the same bowl. Bread played a crucial role in medieval dining beyond just being food. Thick slices of stale bread called trenchers served as edible plates. You placed meat and other foods on your trencher. The bread soaked up juices and sauces. At the end of the meal you ate the trencher itself, now flavoured with everything that had been on it. This system meant fewer dishes to wash. The poor often gave leftover trenchers to beggars or fed them to animals. Wooden or metal plates did exist, but they were expensive and not universally used. Wealthy households had pewter plates. Very wealthy families might own silver or even gold plates for special occasions. But for everyday meals, trenchers were practical and sufficient. The transition from bread plates to permanent dishes happened gradually as wealth increased and social expectations changed. Sharing drinking vessels was common. A large cup or horn might circulate around the table, with multiple people drinking from it. This seems unhygienic by modern standards, but medieval people had different ideas about cleanliness and disease transmission. Sharing a cup was a sign of fellowship and trust. Refusing to drink from the common vessel could be interpreted as an insult. The etiquette books from the medieval period reveal what behaviours needed to be corrected. These books existed precisely because people were doing impolite things that needed to be discouraged. One popular text warned against putting already bitten food back into the shared dishes. Another cautioned against wiping your greasy hands on the tablecloth. These prohibitions tell us that both behaviours were common enough to require explicit rules against them. Blowing your nose at the table was apparently a significant concern. Multiple etiquette manuals address this issue, usually advising you to turn away from the table if you must blow your nose, and to avoid using the tablecloth as a handkerchief. The frequency with which this comes up suggests it was a persistent problem. Medieval dining apparently included a lot of nose blowing. Spitting was also regulated by dining etiquette, though not banned entirely. The advice was to spit discreetly and away from the table. Some texts suggest spitting under the table rather than on top of it. The goal was not to eliminate spitting, which was seen as sometimes necessary, but to manage where and how it happened. Modern readers find this disturbing, but context matters. Medieval ideas about bodily functions differed from ours. Belching was treated more permissively than we might expect. Some medieval sources suggest that suppressing a belch was unhealthy and potentially dangerous. Loud or excessive belching was discouraged as rude, but moderate belching was acceptable or even expected after a good meal. This contrasts sharply with modern Western etiquette, where any audible belching is considered embarrassing. Hand-washing before and during meals was emphasised in medieval etiquette. Servants circulated with basins of water and towels so diners could rinse their fingers between courses. This makes sense given that hands were the primary eating implements. Greasy fingers needed frequent cleaning. The ritual of hand-washing also provided breaks in the meal and opportunities for conversation. Table conversation had its own rules. Speaking with your mouth full was discouraged, though the definition of full may have been different than ours. Talking too loudly or dominating the conversation was considered rude. Discussing unpleasant topics during meals was frowned upon. Religious discussions were encouraged as appropriate table talk. Political gossip was popular but risky, depending on who was listening. Medieval banquets could last for hours with multiple courses. Entertainment between courses was common at noble households. Musicians played, jugglers performed, poets recited verses. The meal was not just about eating, but about demonstrating wealth, power, and cultural refinement. The food itself was secondary to the social spectacle. The types of food served at medieval meals varied dramatically by social class. Nobles ate roasted meats, game birds, and elaborate dishes with expensive spices. Common people ate porridge, bread, vegetables, and occasional small pieces of meat. The variety of dishes at a noble table would seem overwhelming today. 10 or 12 different meat dishes at a single meal was not unusual. Most diners would taste only a few of these, with leftovers going to lower status household members and servants. Seasonings and sauces in medieval cuisine were much stronger than we might expect. Heavy use of spices, vinegars, and sharp flavours characterised upper-class cooking. This partly reflected the need to preserve and disguise the taste of meat that was not quite fresh. But it also showed wealth. Expensive imported spices from Asia, were status symbols as much as flavour enhancers. The more heavily spiced your food, the richer you appeared. Desserts existed but were different from what we think of today. Sweet dishes might be scattered throughout the meal rather than saved for the end. Fruits, nuts, and sweetened wine appeared between savoury courses. The firm division between savoury and sweet courses had not yet been established. Medieval palates apparently enjoyed more variety and contrast within a single meal. Table manners in medieval times were about demonstrating your social status and respect for others at the table. The specific rules mattered less than the underlying principle of orderly hierarchical dining. Everyone needed to know their place and behave accordingly. The rise of the middle class in later centuries would complicate this system as more people aspired to dine like nobles. This created demand for clear published rules about proper table behaviour. The modern etiquette book was born from this need. The making of utensils was a skilled trade that combined artistic vision with practical engineering. A well-made spoon or knife required knowledge of materials, design principles, and the needs of users. The craftspeople who made dining implements were part of long traditions of metalworking, wood carving, and material science that stretched back generations. Silver was the most prestigious material for fine utensils. Pure silver is too soft for practical use, so silversmiths created alloys with small amounts of copper to increase hardness. Sterling silver, which contains 92.5% silver, became the standard for quality silverware. The term sterling itself may derive from the Easterling merchants who brought high-quality silver to England in the Middle Ages. Making a silver spoon required multiple steps. The smith first melted the silver and poured it into a mould to create a rough blank. Then came the careful work of hammering the blank into shape on an anvil. Each strike had to be precise. Too much force in the wrong place could crack the silver. The bowl of the spoon needed to be hammered gradually thinner and curved to the right depth. The handle had to maintain enough thickness for strength while being comfortable to hold. Decoration was added through various techniques. Engraving involved cutting designs directly into the silver with sharp tools. This required steady hands and artistic skill. A single slip could ruin hours of work. Embossing pushed designs up from the back of the silver, creating raised patterns on the front. This technique was used to add coats of arms, initials, or decorative motifs to spoon handles. Some silversmiths combined multiple decoration methods on a single piece. Hallmarks stamped on silver utensils told you important information about the piece. The maker's mark identified who made it. The assay mark certified the silver content. The date letter showed when it was made. The town mark indicated where it was assayed. These marks helped prevent fraud and established accountability. A piece of silver with proper hallmarks was guaranteed to meet certain standards. Pewter served as an affordable alternative to silver for middle-class households. This alloy of tin with small amounts of copper, antimony, or bismuth could be cast in moulds much more easily than silver. A pewterer could produce multiple identical spoons or plates from the same mould. This made pewter utensils cheaper and more available than hand-forged silver. But pewter had significant drawbacks. Early pewter alloys sometimes contained lead, which we now know is poisonous. The lead made the pewter easier to work, but leached into acidic foods. Wealthy customers preferred lead-free pewter despite the higher cost. Regulations eventually banned lead in pewter, used for dishes and utensils, but enforcement varied by region and period. Pewter also had aesthetic limitations. It looked duller than silver and tarnished more easily. Repeated use left visible wear marks. The soft metal bent and dented with modest force. A pewter spoon might last only a few years with heavy use before needing replacement. Despite these problems, pewter remained the standard material for ordinary table utensils from medieval times through the 1800s. Wooden utensils were even more common than pewter for working people. A skilled carver could make a wooden spoon from a single piece of hardwood in an hour or two. The wood needed to be properly seasoned and free of cracks. Different woods offered different properties. Boxwood was ideal for spoons because of its fine grain and durability. Maple was popular in regions where boxwood was unavailable. Fruit woods like apple and cherry produced attractive spoons with pleasant handling characteristics. Carving wooden spoons required specific tools. A draw knife shaved away waste wood to rough out the basic shape. Gouges hollowed the bowl of the spoon. Knives refined details and finished surfaces. The final step was often sanding with progressively finer abrasives to create a smooth surface that would not irritate the mouth. Some carvers finished their spoons with oil or beeswax to protect the wood and make it water resistant. Wooden utensils had the advantage of not conducting heat. A wooden spoon could stir boiling liquids without becoming too hot to hold. The material did not react with acidic foods. Wood was renewable and readily available. But wooden implements absorbed moisture and stains. They could harbour bacteria in cracks and grain lines. They eventually wore out and needed replacement. The trade-off between cost and longevity made wooden utensils the rational choice for most households through most of history. Horn was another common material for spoons and other utensils. Cow horn and sheep horn could be softened with heat and shaped in moulds. The result was a smooth, water-resistant material that held its shape when cooled. Horn spoons were tougher than wooden ones and did not crack as easily. The main disadvantage was the taste and smell. New horn utensils could impart unpleasant flavours to food until they were thoroughly cleaned and used enough times to wear off the outer layer. Bone served similar purposes to horn. Cattle bones, particularly the leg bones, provided solid material that could be carved or worked. Bone was harder than horn and did not soften with heat the same way. This made it more difficult to work, but also more durable in the finished product. Bone handles on knives were common. Entire spoons carved from bone were less common, but did exist. The handles of knives received special attention from craftspeople. A good handle needed to fit comfortably in the hand and provide secure grip even when wet or greasy. The material had to withstand moisture without rotting or warping. It should be attractive, but not so ornate that it interfered with function. Handle makers became specialists in selecting and working materials like stag antler, ivory, hardwoods, and various synthetics in later periods. Stag antler was prized for knife handles because of its natural beauty and excellent handling qualities. Each piece of antler was unique with its own grain and colour variations. The dense outer layer provided durability while the inner core could be worked more easily. Antler handles aged well, developing a patina from use that many people found attractive. The main limitation was size. Antler pieces were relatively small, limiting handle designs. Ivory, despite being expensive and ethically problematic from a modern perspective, was valued for high-end utensil handles and decorative elements. Elephant ivory was the most prized, being dense, smooth, and capable of taking extremely fine carving. Walrus ivory served similar purposes in northern regions. Hippopotamus ivory was used in Africa and by those with access to African trade. All these materials are now rightly banned or heavily restricted, but they played significant roles in historical utensil craftsmanship. The joinery where blade met handle was a crucial technical detail. A poorly attached handle could come loose during use, rendering the utensil useless or even dangerous. Tang construction involved extending the blade metal into the handle material and securing it with pins or adhesive. Full tang designs, where the metal extended the full length of the handle, provided maximum strength. Partial tang designs were cheaper, but less robust. Some knife makers used alternative construction methods. Stick tang designs had a thin metal extension that inserted into a hole drilled in the handle. These were easier to make but provided less strength. The handle could potentially spin on the tang or pull off entirely if not properly secured. Quality makers avoided this construction for anything but decorative pieces not intended for hard use. The forging and grinding of blades was its own specialised skill. Iron and steel had to be heated, hammered, shaped, and heat-treated to develop the right combination of hardness and flexibility. A blade that was too hard would be brittle and could snap. A blade too soft would not hold an edge. The balance point depended on the carbon content of the steel and the exact temperature cycles during forging and tempering. Sharpening techniques varied by region and period. Grinding wheels powered by foot treadles allowed controlled shaping of blade edges. Whetstones with different grits refined edges to razor sharpness. Honing with leather strops gave final polish. Professional sharpeners travelled from town to town offering their services. A skilled sharpener could extend the useful life of a knife or other edge tool by years. The craft guilds that regulated utensil making enforced quality standards and protected trade secrets. Apprentices spent years learning the trade under master craftsmen. Journeymen travelled to gain experience in different workshops before potentially becoming masters themselves. This system ensured that traditional skills passed from generation to generation. It also restricted competition and kept prices high, which benefited established craftspeople, but made fine utensils expensive for consumers. Regional styles developed based on local materials and traditions. English silversmiths favoured certain handle shapes and decorative motifs. French makers preferred different proportions and ornamental styles. German metalworkers had their own distinctive approaches. These regional differences were recognisable to educated consumers who could identify a spoon or knife's origin by its design characteristics. The Industrial Revolution transformed utensil manufacturing. Mechanised production made standardised utensils much cheaper and more available. Drop forging could shape metal quickly without extensive hand hammering. Rolling mills produced uniform sheets and blanks. Electroplating allowed base metal utensils to be coated with thin layers of silver, giving the appearance of solid silver at a fraction of the cost. These innovations democratized access to decent utensils, but reduced the distinctiveness of individual pieces. The dinner table as we know it today emerged gradually from the late 1700s through the 1800s. The idea that each person should have their own complete set of matched utensils was relatively new. So was the concept of specific utensils for specific foods. The modern place setting is the result of increasing formality, social competition, and manufacturing capabilities that made elaborate table settings possible. The matched set of utensils developed as a marker of good taste and household order. Rather than each family member having their own personal spoon, knife, and fork with no particular relationship to each other, the ideal became sets where all the pieces shared the same pattern and style. Manufacturers began producing utensils in matching patterns, specifically marketed as complete sets. The number of pieces in a proper set expanded dramatically. A basic setting might include a dinner knife, dinner fork, salad fork, soup spoon, and teaspoon. More elaborate services added fish knives and forks, dessert spoons and forks, serving pieces, and specialised implements for specific foods. By the late 1800s, a complete formal service could include dozens of different utensil types. This proliferation of specialised utensils was partly functional. Different foods genuinely benefited from different tools, but it was also about social signalling. Knowing which utensil to use for which course demonstrated education and refinement. The complexity of the rules served to separate those who knew from those who did not. Table settings became a form of social gatekeeping. The fish knife provides an excellent example of specialisation that was more about etiquette than necessity. Fish knives appeared in the mid-1800s with broad, flat blades and no sharp edge. The shape supposedly helped lift fish without breaking it apart. The lack of sharp edge was based on the theory that cutting fish was unnecessary since it was naturally tender. In practice, regular knives worked perfectly well for fish, but using them marked you as ignorant of proper form. The asparagus tongs, lobster forks, snail tongs, and other highly specialised implements represent the peak of this trend. These tools solved minor problems in eating particular foods, but they also made dining more complicated and exclusive. Wealthy Victorian households might own sets of utensils they used only a few times per year, kept in special storage to prevent tarnish. The arrangement of utensils on the table followed increasingly rigid rules. Forks went on the left side of the plate, knives and spoons on the right. Utensils were placed in the order they would be used, working from the outside toward the plate. Dessert utensils might be placed above the plate. These conventions varied slightly by country, with European and American practices diverging in some details, but the basic principle of ordered arrangement became universal in formal dining. The practice of eating European style versus American style created another layer of rules. European diners kept the fork in the left hand throughout the meal, with tines pointed downward. Americans cut food with knife and fork, then switched the fork to the right hand with tines pointed upward to convey food to the mouth. Both styles worked perfectly well, but each culture considered its own method obviously correct and natural. Stainless steel revolutionized utensil manufacturing in the early 1900s. This alloy of steel with chromium and nickel resisted rust and tarnish, far better than traditional steel or silver. Stainless steel utensils could be washed roughly and required no special care. They made practical, everyday flatware accessible to everyone regardless of social class. The metal had only one significant drawback for manufacturers and retailers. Stainless steel utensils lasted so long that customers rarely needed replacements. The appearance of stainless steel initially disappointed some consumers. Early stainless alloys had a dull greyish appearance compared to the bright shine of silver. Manufacturers worked to develop stainless formulations and finishing techniques that more closely resembled silver's appearance. The material's practical advantages eventually overcame aesthetic concerns. By the mid-20th century, stainless steel had largely replaced silver for everyday dining in most households. Silver retained its prestige for formal occasions and as an indicator of wealth. Sterling silver flatware remained a traditional wedding gift and family heirloom. The care required for silver, regular polishing to prevent tarnish, careful storage, hand washing rather than dishwasher use, became part of the appeal. Owning silver flatware signalled that you had time and resources to maintain it properly. Patterns in flatware became another element of personal expression and social identity. Manufacturers offered hundreds of pattern choices from simple and modern to ornately traditional. Your choice of pattern supposedly reflected your taste and personality. Brides registering for flatware faced pressure to select patterns they would still like decades later, since matching pieces were essential to a proper set. The informal movement in mid-20th century America challenged some of these rules. Casual dining became more acceptable even for dinner parties. Paper plates and plastic utensils appeared for picnics and informal gatherings. The full formal place setting with multiple specialised utensils became reserved for increasingly rare occasions. Young people questioned whether knowing which fork to use really mattered. But while the rules relaxed, the basic structure of the modern place setting persisted. Even casual meals typically involve each person having their own fork, knife and spoon. The idea of individual utensils for each diner has become so embedded that communal eating from shared dishes with shared implements seems unhygienic or uncivilized to many Western diners, despite this being standard practice for most of human history and remaining common in many cultures today. Asian dining traditions maintained different relationships with utensils. Chopsticks developed as the primary eating implement in China, Japan, Korea and Vietnam. These two-stick tools required different skills than Western utensils but were equally effective once mastered. Chopsticks could pick up small morsels, break apart larger items, and even serve as mixing tools. The cultural divide between chopstick and fork cultures persisted into modern times, with each group sometimes viewing the other's eating implements as strange or difficult. The globalization of the late 20th and early 21st centuries brought chopsticks and Western utensils into closer contact. Many Asian restaurants in Western countries provided both chopsticks and Western utensils, allowing diners to choose. Some Western restaurants serving Asian cuisine pushed customers to use chopsticks as part of an authentic experience, though this occasionally veered into cultural performance rather than practical necessity. The mingling of utensil traditions continues to evolve. Environmental concerns have recently influenced utensil choices. Disposable plastic utensils, once seen as convenient and hygienic, are now recognised as problematic waste products. Many consumers have returned to carrying reusable utensils, echoing the medieval practice of bringing your own eating implements. The specific concerns have changed, but the pattern of people adapting their utensil use to broader social values continues. The future of utensils remains open to innovation. Specialised tools for specific dietary needs continue to appear. Adaptive utensils help people with disabilities eat independently. Material science may produce new substances that combine the best properties of existing materials, but the basic forms of spoon, knife and fork seem likely to persist. These shapes solve fundamental problems so effectively that radical changes appear unnecessary. The modern table setting represents the accumulated decisions of thousands of years of human experience with dining. The specific arrangement of knife, fork and spoon beside your plate connects to medieval European practices, ancient Roman habits, and prehistoric innovations. When you sit down to eat with utensils tonight, you participate in an unbroken chain of human attempts to eat more effectively and gracefully. The tools may have changed, but the fundamental goals remain the same. You have journeyed through thousands of years of utensil history, from the first sharp stone used to cut meat to the gleaming stainless steel on modern tables. The path was not straight or simple. Innovations arose independently in different cultures. Some tools spread quickly, while others took centuries to gain acceptance. Social class, religious beliefs, and practical necessity all shaped how humans learned to eat with tools rather than hands alone. The spoon emerged early as a universal solution to eating liquids. The knife transitioned from weapon to dining implement through gradual design changes and social rules. The fork overcame surprising resistance to become essential. Each tool has its own story of human creativity responding to needs. As you rest tonight, perhaps you will notice the ordinary utensils around you with fresh appreciation. These simple metal objects represent accumulated wisdom, craftsmanship, and social evolution stretching back to the beginning of human civilization. They are humble tools, but they carry history in their forms. Sleep well. Tomorrow you will use your utensils again without thinking much about them. That casual familiarity is itself a kind of success. The tools work so well that they disappear from conscious attention. Generations of humans refined these implements until they became nearly perfect for their purposes. That achievement deserves recognition, even if only in quiet moments before sleep. The story of utensils is not finished. Innovations continue. New materials and designs appear. But the basic task remains unchanged. Humans need to eat, and tools make eating easier and more pleasant. This simple truth has connected every human society across time and space. As you drift towards sleep, you are part of that long story, carrying forward traditions that stretch back before recorded history began. You're standing in a library in 1871, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that smell of must and possibility. Outside, gaslight flickers against London's fog, but here in this quiet corner you've stumbled upon something that makes your pulse quicken just slightly. A German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann has published claims so outrageous that scholars dismiss them with barely concealed contempt. He insists that Troy, the legendary city from Homer's ancient poems, actually existed as a real place you could visit, touch and excavate from Turkish soil. The academic establishment considers this laughable. Troy belongs to mythology, they insist. No more real than unicorns or dragons. Homer's epic tales served as entertainment, moral instruction perhaps, but certainly not as geographical guidebooks. You can almost hear the scoffing echoes through university halls as professors wave away Schliemann's theories with the same casual dismissal they'd give to claims of Atlantis or El Dorado. But Schliemann possesses something more valuable than academic credentials. He has Homer's text, a fortune from his business ventures, and an unshakable conviction that stories preserve truth. While others read the Iliad as pure fiction, he notices the specific details, the descriptions of landscape features, the mentions of distances between locations, and the careful accounting of geographical markers that seem too precise for pure invention. You follow his journey in your mind's eye. He arrives at a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, where local farmers graze their sheep across what appears to be nothing more than unremarkable terrain. The soil feels ordinary beneath his boots. The wind carries the same salt smell from the nearby Dardanelles Strait that it has carried for thousands of years. Nothing announces itself as extraordinary. Yet he begins to dig. The first days yield pottery shards and broken walls that could belong to any forgotten settlement. The workers he's hired probably wonder about this foreigner's obsession with their dusty hillside, but as the excavation deepens, layers reveal themselves like pages in a book written in soil and stone. Each stratum tells a story of habitation, destruction, and rebuilding. The hill contains not one city but many, stacked atop each other in archaeological succession. When Schliemann's team uncovers fortification walls of massive limestone blocks, fitted together with techniques that speak of significant engineering knowledge, the shape of something magnificent begins to emerge. These aren't the modest remains of a simple farming village. The defensive structures suggest a city that expected attack, that prepared for siege, and that mattered enough to defend with substantial resources. You can imagine running your hands along those ancient stones, feeling the tool marks left by Bronze Age masons who shaped each block with patient precision. The walls curve and angle according to strategic military principles that wouldn't feel out of place in much later fortifications. Someone designed these defences with careful thought about sightlines, defensive positions, and the psychology of attackers facing seemingly impenetrable barriers. The discovery of a massive treasure trove, golden diadems, silver vessels, copper shields, creates an international sensation, though Schliemann's methods of removing these artefacts would make modern archaeologists wince. But the treasure itself matters less than what it represents. Proof that this location housed a wealthy, significant city during exactly the period when Homer's Troy would have flourished. Critics scramble to explain away the findings. Perhaps this is a city, they concede, but surely not the Troy of legend. The connection to Homer's epic remains speculation, they insist, even as more evidence accumulates. The site's location matches Homer's descriptions with eerie accuracy. The strategic importance of controlling the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, explains why such a city would have existed here, and why others might have waged war to control it. As you settle deeper into your imaginary exploration of these discoveries, you realise that Schliemann's vindication teaches something profound about the relationship between story and truth. Legends don't materialise from nothing. They emerge from real events, real places, and real people whose accomplishments impressed their contemporaries so deeply that the tales survived centuries of retelling. The conspiracy wasn't really about Troy's existence. The real hidden truth was that oral traditions and epic poetry could preserve accurate geographical and historical information across vast stretches of time, something that scholarly convention insisted was impossible. Ancient storytellers weren't simply entertaining their audiences with fanciful tales. They were encoding and transmitting genuine knowledge about their world, wrapping facts in narratives so compelling that people would remember and repeat them for generations. Later excavations would reveal even more layers, more complexity, and more confirmation that this site witnessed the rise and fall of significant civilizations. Modern archaeologists, working with better techniques and more careful documentation than Schliemann employed, continue to uncover evidence that makes the connection between this Turkish hillside and Homer's descriptions increasingly difficult to dismiss. You can almost smell the dust of excavation, that particular scent of disturbed earth that hasn't felt sunlight in millennia. The workers' tools scrape against stone and pottery, each sound potentially announcing another revelation. The patient work of archaeology proceeds in careful increments, brushing away dirt to expose what previous generations tried to preserve or simply left behind when circumstances forced them to abandon their homes. The story of Troy's rediscovery reminds you that sometimes the wildest sounding theories deserve serious consideration. The conspiracy theorists of Schliemann's era, those who insisted that legends contained historical kernels worth investigating, turned out to understand something that conventional wisdom missed. Ancient people weren't primitive fabulists. They were sophisticated observers who encoded their knowledge of the world into stories designed to survive. Now you're hiking through dense Peruvian jungle, machete in hand, pushing aside vegetation that seems determined to reclaim every inch of ground from human intrusion. The year is 1915, and you're following rumours that most serious scholars consider beneath their attention. Local people speak of ancient roads running through impossible terrain, connecting distant sites in the Andes with engineering that supposedly rivals anything modern civilization has achieved. The academic consensus dismisses these stories. Yes, the Inca built some impressive structures, experts acknowledge, but the claims about vast road networks spanning thousands of miles strain credulity. The terrain in this part of South America presents challenges that would defeat even contemporary engineers. Mountains rise so steeply that constructing sustained routes seems physically impossible. Jungles grow so thick that maintaining any kind of pathway would require constant, exhausting labour. But Hiram Bingham, the explorer whose footsteps you're retracing, keeps hearing consistent stories from people who live in these mountains. They describe pathways that run from Ecuador to Chile, crossing some of the most hostile landscape on Earth. They mention bridges spanning gorges so deep that you couldn't see the bottom even on the clearest day. They talk about rest stations positioned at precise intervals, allowing travellers to make predictable progress through terrain that should have been impassable. You're climbing now, following what looks like nothing more than a slightly elevated ridge through the forest. Then you notice that the slope beneath your feet feels too consistent, too carefully graded to be natural. Pushing aside centuries of plant growth, your fingers encounter carefully fitted stones, forming a surface designed for travel. The road emerges from its camouflage of vegetation, like a secret revealing itself reluctantly. The construction technique makes you pause in admiration. These builders didn't simply pile stones randomly. They selected each piece for specific characteristics, shape, size, and weight distribution, and fitted them together so precisely that mortar became unnecessary. The road surface drains water effectively, preventing the erosion that would have destroyed lesser constructions centuries ago. The grade never exceeds certain limits, suggesting that the engineers understood the relationship between slope and sustainable travel. As you continue following this route, the full scope of the achievement becomes apparent. This isn't a crude path worn by repeated foot traffic. It's an intentionally designed transportation infrastructure that required surveying, planning, and organised labour on a scale that challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. The road adjusts to terrain changes with sophisticated solutions. Staircases carved into cliff faces where slopes become too steep, retaining walls preventing landslides, and drainage systems channeling water away from the travel surface. You reach a section where the road clings to a mountainside suspended above a valley floor so far below that it disappears into haze. Looking at the engineering required to create this passage makes you slightly dizzy. Workers would have needed to secure themselves with ropes while chiselling foundations into solid rock. They would have hauled massive stones up slopes that exhaust you even without carrying anything. They achieved this without wheels, without draft animals larger than llamas, and without iron tools to cut through stone. The conspiracy theory that scholars mocked was simple. Indigenous American civilizations had developed sophisticated engineering knowledge and organizational capacity without European influence. The conventional wisdom of the early 20th century couldn't accommodate this possibility. It seemed more reasonable to attribute any impressive pre-Columbian achievements to lost European visitors or even extraterrestrial intervention than to accept that Andean peoples had independently developed advanced technical skills. You're resting now at one of the way stations the locals mentioned. The structure still stands, partially ruined but recognisable, positioned exactly one day's travel from the previous station. The spacing reveals careful planning based on realistic assessments of human endurance in high-altitude conditions. Travellers could rely on finding shelter at predictable intervals, transforming a potentially deadly journey through hostile terrain into a manageable expedition. The road network you're discovering stretches approximately 25,000 miles at its maximum extent, connecting regions as climatically different as tropical coastal areas and frigid mountain passes above 14,000 feet. The Inca didn't merely build paths between nearby settlements. They created an integrated system that united an empire spanning much of western South America, allowing rapid communication, military deployment and economic exchange across distances that would have taken months to traverse through unimproved terrain. Running your hands along the stone surface, worn smooth by countless feet over centuries, you can almost feel the history embedded in these rocks. Messengers called chasqui once sprinted along these routes, carrying information through a relay system that could transmit news faster than seemed physically possible. Armies marched these roads, their footsteps echoing against mountain walls. Merchants transported goods, salt from coastal areas, potatoes from highland farms, and tropical fruits from jungle regions, creating economic integration that wouldn't exist again in South America until the modern era. The bridges prove even more impressive than the roads themselves. The Inca engineers mastered suspension bridge construction, weaving cables from grass fibres that could support significant weight, while spanning distances that stone construction couldn't achieve. You encounter the remains of one such crossing, where anchor points carved into cliff faces once held cables, stretching across a gap that makes your stomach tighten just looking at it. Modern testing of reconstructed Inca bridges reveals engineering principles that wouldn't feel out of place in contemporary textbooks. The cables distribute weight efficiently. The deck design provides stability against wind that whips through these mountain passes with terrifying force. The whole structure flexes rather than resisting movement, allowing it to survive stresses that would snap more rigid constructions. The conspiracy wasn't about roads existing. Every society creates paths between settlements. The hidden truth was that pre-Columbian American civilizations had achieved engineering sophistication that European scholars insisted required knowledge transmitted from the Old World. The roads proved that indigenous peoples had independently developed technical skills, organizational methods, and scientific understanding that conventional wisdom refused to acknowledge. As you continue your journey along these ancient routes, you notice smaller details that reveal the depth of planning involved. The Inca positioned their roads to minimize exposure to landslides and avalanches. They routed paths to take advantage of natural shelter where possible. They created drainage systems that still function after 5 centuries of neglect, Every decision reflected accumulated knowledge about how to build infrastructure that could survive in some of Earth's most challenging environments. You're descending now, following switchbacks that demonstrate another aspect of the engineer's skill. Rather than attempting impossibly steep grades, the road zigzags down the mountainside in a pattern that makes the descent manageable for travellers and cargo carriers. The turns bank slightly, like curves on a modern highway, reducing the risk of losing footing on corners. Even the width of the road varies strategically, wider on straight sections where multiple travellers might pass each other, narrower through difficult terrain where construction costs mattered more than convenience. The discovery of these road networks didn't just reveal impressive engineering, it demonstrated that the Americas before European contact hosted complex organised societies capable of sustained large-scale projects requiring planning across generations. The roads couldn't have been built quickly by small populations. They required centralised authority that could mobilise labour, engineers who could solve technical problems, and societies stable enough to invest resources in infrastructure that might take decades to complete. You're sitting in a monastery library in 16th century Spain, examining manuscripts that monks have carefully preserved from the burning and destruction that followed conquest. The leather-bound pages smell of age and secrets. Outside, the Inquisition's influence still shapes what knowledge people dare to pursue and what questions they risk asking. But here, in this quiet room, you're looking at evidence that challenges everything Europe believes about mathematical sophistication. The documents before you contain Mayan astronomical calculations that predict celestial events with accuracy that European science won't match for centuries. You trace your finger along columns of dots and bars, the elegant Mayan number system that includes a concept European mathematics still struggles to fully embrace. 0 as a placeholder and number in its own right. The conspiracy theory that most Europeans wouldn't accept was straightforward. People in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics, astronomy, and calendar systems without any influence from European, Asian, or African civilizations. The conventional wisdom insisted that such sophisticated intellectual achievements must have spread from a single source, presumably somewhere in the Mediterranean or Middle East, because surely humanity couldn't have discovered these concepts multiple times in isolation. But the evidence before you tells a different story. The Mayan number system works in base 20, rather than the base 10 that dominates European counting. This wasn't a primitive choice or a sign of mathematical confusion. It represented a different but equally valid approach to representing quantities, one that actually offers certain advantages for specific types of calculations. You're examining a calendar calculation now, watching how the Mayan system tracks multiple overlapping cycles with precision that makes your head spin slightly. They maintained a sacred calendar of 260 days, a solar calendar of 365 days, and a long count that could track dates across thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required to keep these systems synchronized while using them for practical purposes, agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, political events, reveals minds as sharp as any in European universities. The astronomical observations prove even more impressive. Mayan mathematicians calculated the lunar month to within seconds of what modern instruments reveal. They predicted solar eclipses with accuracy that European astronomers couldn't match until they gained access to better tools and techniques centuries later. They tracked Venus's movement through the sky so precisely that their calculations remain useful to contemporary astronomers studying that planet's cycles. You can imagine Mayan observers on pyramid platforms watching the night sky with patient attention across generations. They didn't have telescopes, but they had time, dedication, and sophisticated mathematical tools for analysing what they observed. Each generation refined the previous generation's observations, accumulating knowledge that eventually allowed them to predict celestial events years in advance. The conspiracy extended beyond mathematics into writing systems. European scholars initially refused to accept that Mayan glyphs represented a true writing system rather than simple pictographs. The idea that indigenous Americans had independently invented complex written language, complete with phonetic elements, grammatical structures, and the ability to express abstract concepts contradicted assumptions about the unique brilliance of old, world civilizations, but the glyphs clearly functioned as genuine writing. You're looking at a text that records historical events, royal genealogies, and mythological narratives with the same sophistication that Latin or Greek achieved. The writing system combines logographic and phonetic elements, allowing it to represent both concrete objects and abstract ideas with equal facility. Scribes could record sounds, meanings, and subtle grammatical distinctions that turned their language into permanent readable form. The mathematical achievements embedded in Mayan construction provide another layer of evidence. You're examining architectural drawings now, or rather, proportions preserved in surviving structures that reveal the mathematical principles underlying their design. Mayan builders used sophisticated geometry to create buildings aligned to astronomical events. Pyramids oriented so that sunlight creates specific shadow effects during equinoxes. Doorways positioned to frame particular stars at significant dates. The conspiracy theorists of the colonial period, those few Europeans who insisted on taking Mayan intellectual achievements seriously, faced ridicule and professional consequences, acknowledging that people in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics and astronomy, challenged theological certainties about human origins and dispersal. It complicated narratives about European cultural superiority. It raised uncomfortable questions about what else indigenous peoples might have discovered that conquest and disease are destroyed before it could be properly documented. You're examining a mathematical text dealing with what we'd call calculus, the mathematics of continuous change. Mayan mathematicians didn't develop this exactly as Europeans would centuries later, but they clearly grasped concepts about tracking changing quantities over time, calculating areas under curves, and understanding accumulation in ways that anticipate later mathematical developments. The zero itself deserves special attention. Mayan mathematicians developed this concept independently, using it both as a placeholder, making positional notation work, and as a number in its own right. European mathematics wouldn't fully embrace zero until well after contact with Arabic mathematical traditions. Yet here it functions naturally in a system developed in complete isolation from old world influences. You can almost hear the scratch of a Mayan scribe's brush against paper made from tree bark, carefully recording calculations that would preserve astronomical knowledge for future generations. The concentration required for this work and the understanding that you're contributing to an accumulating body of knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes creates a connection across centuries. Those scribes knew they were building something that mattered, preserving discoveries that took generations to accumulate. The architectural evidence speaks to practical applications of this mathematical knowledge. Mayan builders created structures that still stand centuries after construction, despite earthquakes, hurricanes, and the weight of jungle vegetation trying to pull them down. The proportions of these buildings reflect a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, load distribution, and the relationship between form and function. You're studying the remains of an astronomical observatory now, or what scholars have identified as such based on alignments that couldn't have occurred by chance. The structure tracks solar and lunar cycles with precision that required both mathematical sophistication and patient observation across many years. The builders positioned windows and doorways to frame specific celestial events, turning architecture into a permanent record of astronomical knowledge. The conspiracy wasn't just about mathematics existing in isolation from European influence. The deeper hidden truth was that human intelligence develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems wherever people have time, resources, and motivation to pursue knowledge systematically. The Mayan mathematical achievements demonstrated that intellectual advancement doesn't require specific cultural lineages or divine inspiration limited to particular regions. It emerges from human capacity to observe patterns, test ideas, and build on previous generations' discoveries. You're walking through a rainforest in the Amazon basin, your boots squelching through mud that smells of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. The air wraps around you like a warm, damp blanket carrying 1,000 different plant scents. Indigenous guides lead you to trees and vines that European-trained doctors insist couldn't possibly contain the medicinal properties that local people claim. The medical establishment in the early 20th century maintains firm positions about indigenous knowledge. Native peoples might have stumbled upon a few useful plants through trial and error, doctors acknowledge grudgingly, but the sophisticated pharmacological understanding they claim seems implausible. Real medicine requires laboratory research, controlled testing, and scientific rigour that supposedly couldn't exist in cultures without formal academic institutions, but your guides demonstrate knowledge that makes you question these dismissive assumptions. They identify specific plants for particular ailments with confidence born from generations of careful observation. They explain preparation methods, which parts of a plant to use, how to extract active compounds, and what dosages prove effective without causing harm. They discuss contraindications and interactions between different medicines with the same careful attention to detail that European pharmacists claim as their exclusive domain. You're examining cinchona bark now, the source of quinine that European doctors reluctantly admitted could treat malaria after centuries of indigenous use in South America. Your guide explains how our ancestors identified this particular tree species among thousands in the forest, how they discovered that bark from specific elevations proved more effective than others, and how they developed extraction techniques that maximize the active compound's concentration. The conspiracy theory that medical professionals refused to accept was that indigenous peoples had developed genuine pharmacological knowledge through systematic observation and experimentation. The conventional wisdom insisted that effective medicine required written records, formal education, and scientific methodology that supposedly didn't exist in oral cultures. Therefore, any effective indigenous remedies must represent lucky accidents rather than true medical science. But the evidence suggests otherwise. You're learning about ayahuasca now, not the recreational substance that would later attract tourists, but the medicinal compound that indigenous healers developed for specific therapeutic purposes. The preparation requires combining two plants that separately don't produce the desired effects. Together, they create a substance whose mechanism of action involves chemical interactions that European pharmacology couldn't fully explain for decades after Western scientists first encountered it. The sophistication required to discover this combination makes your head spin slightly. The Amazon contains approximately 80,000 plant species. The probability of randomly combining these two specific plants in the right proportions seems astronomically small. Yet indigenous healers not only made this discovery but also understood the conditions under which the medicine worked most effectively, who should receive it and who shouldn't, and how to manage the experience to achieve therapeutic rather than merely disorienting effects. You can imagine the generations of careful observation this knowledge required. Someone noticed that particular plants produce specific effects. Others experimented with different preparations, different combinations, and different dosages. Knowledge accumulated as people compared experiences, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how these medicines interacted with human physiology. The guides are showing you wound treatment techniques now using plants that prevent infection with effectiveness that European medicine wouldn't match until antibiotics became available in the mid-20th century. They explain how to identify the right plants even when they're not flowering, how to prepare poultices that prevent bacterial growth, and how to assess whether a wound requires additional intervention beyond botanical treatment. The conspiracy extended to surgical knowledge. Indigenous peoples in several regions performed trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to relieve pressure or treat head injuries, with survival rates that wouldn't shame modern neurosurgery. Archaeological evidence shows healed skulls demonstrating that patients survived these procedures and recovered sufficiently for bone to regrow around the surgical opening. This requires understanding of sterility, pain management, and post-operative care that supposedly didn't exist outside European medical traditions. You're examining coca leaves now, which your guide chews to manage altitude sickness during mountain travel. She explains the difference between traditional use of the leaf, which provides mild stimulation and altitude adaptation, and concentrated extraction that creates problematic compounds. The knowledge embedded in this distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding of pharmacology. Indigenous peoples recognize that route of administration, dosage, and preparation method all affect a substance's impact on human physiology. The medical knowledge encompasses more than just pharmaceutical plants. You're learning about dietary treatments for specific conditions, physical therapy techniques for injuries, and mental health interventions that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Indigenous healers understood that treating patients required addressing physical, psychological, and social dimensions of illness simultaneously, a holistic approach that Western medicine would eventually rediscover and rebrand as integrative healthcare. The guides discuss diagnostic techniques that involve observing subtle signs that European-trained doctors would dismiss as superstition. But when you watch carefully, you notice they're tracking real physiological indicators, changes in skin colour that suggest circulatory problems, alterations in breathing patterns that indicate respiratory issues, and behavioural shifts that signal neurological concerns. They've simply developed observational skills so refined that their conclusions seem intuitive rather than analytical. You can almost smell the bitter alkaloids in the plant your guide is preparing now, explaining its use for digestive complaints. The preparation involves specific timing, harvesting at particular seasons, processing within certain timeframes, and storing under controlled conditions. This level of detail demonstrates empirical testing across generations, careful documentation through oral tradition, and systematic knowledge accumulation that deserves recognition as genuine scientific methodology, even if it didn't involve written records or laboratory equipment. The conspiracy wasn't about whether indigenous peoples use plants as medicine. Even the most dismissive European doctors acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that indigenous cultures had developed sophisticated medical knowledge through rigorous observation and testing, creating pharmacological understanding that rivaled and sometimes exceeded what European science had achieved through supposedly superior academic methods. You're standing on a dock in the Mediterranean, watching divers prepare equipment for an expedition that most archaeologists consider a waste of time and resources. The year is 1953, and conventional wisdom insists that underwater archaeology represents a contradiction in terms. Anything truly important wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the sea, experts argue. And even if significant artefacts did sink, the saltwater environment would have destroyed them centuries ago. But the divers preparing to descend don't share this pessimism. They've heard stories from sponge fishermen and local sailors about shipwrecks containing amphorae, the clay jars ancient peoples used for transporting wine, oil, and other goods. These humble containers might reveal information about ancient trade routes, economic systems, and cultural connections that written records never captured because they seem too mundane to document. You watch as the first diver disappears beneath the surface, following bubbles that mark his descent. The water here is remarkably clear, allowing visibility that makes underwater exploration feasible if not exactly comfortable. Minutes pass with a peculiar slowness that waiting always creates. Then the diver surfaces, excitement evident even through his breathing apparatus. He's found something. Not just scattered pottery shards, but an organised shipwreck with cargo still arranged as it was when the vessel sank perhaps 2,000 years ago. The conspiracy theory that underwater exploration would eventually prove was that ancient maritime trade operated on a much larger scale than historical records suggested. Conventional wisdom held that ancient shipping was limited, risky, and confined to coastal waters where sailors could keep land in sight. The idea that regular trade routes crisscrossed the Mediterranean, that ships routinely carried massive cargoes across open water, that maritime commerce formed the backbone of ancient economies, all this seemed like romantic exaggeration rather than historical fact, but the shipwrecks tell a different story. You're examining the first recovery now, a bronze statue so perfectly preserved by the marine environment that it looks like it could have been submerged last week rather than millennia ago. The copper in the alloy created chemical conditions that prevented bacterial degradation. The statue spent 2,000 years at the bottom of the sea and emerged in better condition than bronzes that survived above ground, exposed to air, water cycles, and human handling. The cargo itself reveals the scope of ancient trade. This single ship carried wine from one region, olive oil from another, and manufactured goods from a third location. The amphorae bear stamps identifying their origins, creating a map of commercial connections that stretched across the entire Mediterranean world. Some jars travelled thousands of miles from their production sites, suggesting regular trade routes that connected diverse cultures in sustained economic relationships. You're diving now yourself, following the archaeologists who are mapping the wreck site with careful precision. The ship's remains rest on the seabed like a time capsule, preserving a moment from ancient commerce. The wooden hull is mostly decayed, but the cargo that survived shows you how merchants organised their vessels, heavy items low in the hold for stability, fragile goods packed with protective materials, everything arranged to maximise the space, available while maintaining seaworthiness. The conspiracy extended beyond simple trade routes. Underwater archaeology revealed that ancient peoples built harbour facilities far more sophisticated than textual sources suggested. You're swimming over the remains of a Roman port now, seeing underwater construction that demonstrates advanced engineering knowledge. Stone blocks fitted together with waterproof cement, breakwaters positioned to protect ships from storms, and mooring systems designed for vessels much larger than the modest craft that historical accounts described. The preservation underwater often exceeds what survives on land. Organic materials that would have rotted away in terrestrial conditions, wood, rope, and leather, remain intact enough to study their construction. You're examining wooden parts of the ship's hull that show the techniques ancient shipwrights used to create vessels capable of crossing open water while carrying enormous loads. The planking reveals a sophisticated understanding of how wood flexes under stress, how to join pieces to create waterproof seams, and how to design hulls that balance cargo capacity against sailing performance. The hidden truth that underwater archaeology exposed was that ancient maritime technology was far more advanced than conventional histories acknowledged. Ships didn't simply hug coastlines, limiting themselves to short journeys with frequent stops. Navigators developed techniques for crossing open water using celestial navigation, seasonal wind patterns, and accumulated knowledge about currents and weather. Shipbuilders created vessels that could survive storms powerful enough to sink modern craft. Merchants established trade networks that functioned with impressive efficiency despite the absence of modern communication technology. You're surfacing now, lungs grateful for fresh air after breathing through the apparatus underwater. The afternoon sun sparkles on wavelets, and you can see the support vessel, where archaeologists are cataloguing the morning's discoveries. Each artifact recovered tells part of a larger story about ancient commerce, about the movement of goods, ideas, and people across distances that supposedly represented impossible barriers to regular contact. The ships themselves demonstrate technological sophistication that rewrites understanding of ancient capabilities. You're examining technical drawings now based on hull remains recovered from multiple wrecks. The designs incorporate principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the age of sail. Hull shapes that minimize drag, keel configurations that improve stability, and rigging systems that allow sailing against the wind through careful tacking. Later discoveries would reveal even more impressive finds. Ships carrying bronze computers, the Antikythera mechanism, that demonstrated mechanical sophistication centuries ahead of what historians thought possible. Wrecks from the Bronze Age containing tin from Cornwall and amber from the Baltic, proving that trade routes spanned Europe millennia before written records documented such connections. Underwater cities show that ancient peoples built permanent structures in shallow marine environments, creating harbour facilities that served as commercial hubs for centuries. The conspiracy wasn't about denying that ancient peoples travelled by sea. Everyone acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that maritime technology, navigation knowledge, and commercial organisation had reached levels of sophistication that challenged narratives about primitive ancients, slowly developing capabilities that modern societies perfected. Ancient mariners weren't cautious coastal sailors making tentative journeys along familiar shores. They were confident navigators who crossed open water regularly, carrying commercial cargoes that sustained complex economic systems spanning entire seas. You're in a map collection in Istanbul, carefully unrolling a document that cartography experts insist must be a fraud or a curiosity rather than evidence of anything historically significant. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513, shows details of coastlines that European explorers supposedly hadn't discovered yet. But what really makes scholars uncomfortable is how accurate it appears in places where accuracy shouldn't have been possible. With the tools and knowledge available to 16th century cartographers, the conspiracy theory that makes the academic establishment so uncomfortable is simple. Ancient civilizations possessed geographical knowledge far more extensive than conventional histories acknowledge. Someone, somewhere, had accurately mapped coastlines, and perhaps even portions of continents that Europeans wouldn't officially explore for centuries. This knowledge somehow survived. Fragmentary, corrupted, but recognisable, in maps that later cartographers created using sources they claimed derived from antiquity. You're examining Antarctica's coastline on the Piri Reis map now. The shape matches the land underneath the ice sheets with unsettling accuracy. Land that modern science didn't map until the mid-20th century, using sonar and ice-penetrating radar. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral have depicted this coastline as it appeared before glaciation? The conventional explanation that it's a distorted representation of South America's coast doesn't quite satisfy when you look at the specific features that seem to match subglacial Antarctica. The map contains notes explaining that Piri Reis compiled it from approximately 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. Most historians dismiss this claim as exaggeration or misunderstanding, but the accuracy of certain sections makes you wonder what those source materials actually showed. You're studying the African coastline now, traced with precision that European navigators supposedly didn't achieve until after decades of exploration and surveying. The rivers appear in correct positions. The coastal features match reality more closely than maps that European sources created during the same period. Someone clearly had better information about African geography than official exploration records suggest should have been available. The conspiracy extends to other maps from the same general period. You're examining the Orontius Phineus map from 1531 now, which shows Antarctica centred at the South Pole with a remarkably accurate shape and size, again depicting the continent as it would appear without ice coverage. The mountain ranges correspond to subglacial features that modern geology identifies through methods unavailable to Renaissance cartographers. The conventional explanations for these maps feel increasingly strained the more you study them. Yes, cartographers sometimes copied errors from previous maps, creating persistent inaccuracies. Yes, map makers occasionally invented features to fill empty spaces, but the specific accuracies, the precise positions of geographical features that remained unknown to European explorers, suggest something more interesting than random luck or artistic license. You can imagine ancient mariners carefully recording coastlines as they explored, creating charts that later generations copied and recopied, introducing errors while preserving enough accurate detail that Renaissance cartographers could create surprisingly precise composite maps. Perhaps Phoenician sailors ranged farther than classical sources recorded. Perhaps Polynesian navigators shared geographical knowledge with traders who carried it westward. Perhaps civilizations that left no written records nevertheless mapped their discoveries with sufficient skill that fragments survived into historical periods. The hidden truth isn't necessarily that ancient explorers circumnavigated the globe, or that lost civilizations possessed technology rivaling modern capabilities. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom couldn't accept was simpler. Human geographical knowledge before European exploration was far more extensive than the historical record preserves, and this knowledge survived in fragmentary form through oral traditions, copied maps, and cultural memory that official histories dismissed as legend. You're examining Chinese maps now, showing maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that supposedly didn't exist before European contact, but the detail suggests regular travel between Asia and Africa, established trade routes, and geographical knowledge accumulated across centuries of navigation. The maps contain practical information, locations of harbours, notation of dangerous reefs, indication of seasonal wind patterns that only comes from actual experience sailing these waters repeatedly. The Polynesian navigators provide perhaps the most convincing evidence that pre-modern peoples achieved geographical knowledge on par with anything European exploration accomplished. Their maps, made from sticks and shells, encoding information about currents, wave patterns, and island locations, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of ocean navigation. They crossed thousands of miles of open Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, using navigational techniques that didn't require written records or complex instruments, but nevertheless worked with impressive reliability. You're sitting in a university library on a quiet evening, watching the last sunlight fade from windows that overlook a campus much changed from its founding centuries. Around you, books contain knowledge that was once lost, then recovered, then sometimes lost again before finally finding secure homes in academic institutions that preserve and share it. The story of how humanity rediscovered forgotten truths creates its own narrative of persistence, curiosity, and the slow accumulation of understanding. The pattern repeats across civilizations and centuries. Knowledge emerges through careful observation and testing. Disasters, natural or human-caused, destroy the institutions that preserve this knowledge. Fragments survive in odd places. Copies that scholars saved, oral traditions that communities maintained, and practical applications that people continued using, even after theoretical understanding disappeared. Eventually someone notices the fragments, recognizes their significance, and begins the patient work of reconstructing what was lost. You're reading about the recovery of Greek mathematical and philosophical texts now, how Islamic scholars preserved works that Christian Europe had lost or destroyed during chaotic periods following Rome's collapse. These scholars didn't merely preserve the texts, they added their own commentaries and discoveries, advancing knowledge that European institutions would later reclaim and develop further. The transmission of knowledge followed complex paths, crossing cultural and religious boundaries, surviving periods when certain ideas seemed dangerous or irrelevant to the societies that held them. The rediscovery of ancient medical knowledge followed similar patterns. You're examining a medieval manuscript now that shows surgical techniques derived from Roman sources, but preserved through Arabic translation. The original Latin texts had been lost when libraries burned, when monasteries dissolved, and when warfare scattered collections that represented centuries of accumulated learning. But the knowledge survived its wanderings, eventually returning to European medical practice enriched by the contributions of every culture it passed through. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom resisted was that knowledge doesn't develop linearly, always advancing, never retreating. Understanding accumulates, but it also disappears. Civilizations achieve sophisticated insights, then lose them when circumstances change. Other societies independently develop similar ideas, or they recover lost knowledge from fragments that survive destruction. The actual history of human learning involves advances, retreats, parallel development, recovery, and synthesis in patterns far more complex than simple narratives of progressive improvement. You can feel the weight of all these books around you, each one containing knowledge that someone fought to preserve, that survived periods when it seemed destined for permanent loss, and that returned to human awareness through persistence and often accident. The library represents not just current understanding, but the accumulated effort of countless individuals who believed knowledge mattered enough to protect, copy, translate, and transmit despite obstacles and dangers. The environmental wisdom of indigenous peoples provides another example of lost and recovered knowledge. You're reading ecological studies now that confirm practices indigenous communities maintained for centuries, controlled burning that prevents catastrophic wildfires, crop rotation systems that preserve soil fertility, and water management techniques that sustain agriculture in marginal environments. For generations, European agricultural science dismissed these practices as primitive. Then, ecological research revealed that they embodied sophisticated understanding of ecosystem dynamics, often proving more sustainable than the methods that replaced them. The recovery continues in your own time. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that requires revising historical narratives. Linguists decode writing systems that preserve knowledge from cultures that disappeared. Scientists discover that traditional medicines contain compounds with genuine therapeutic value. Each discovery confirms that human achievement extends deeper into the past than any single generation realizes, and that knowledge develops in more places and times than conventional histories acknowledge. You're thinking about the Antikythera mechanism now, the ancient Greek computing device recovered from a shipwreck, showing that mechanical sophistication existed centuries before historians thought such technology possible. For decades after its recovery, scholars couldn't explain how it worked. The device sat in museums, recognised as important but not understood, until modern imaging technology allowed detailed examination of its gears and mechanisms. Even then, recreating it required sophisticated engineering knowledge, demonstrating that ancient craftspeople possessed skills that their society valued enough to support, but not to document in text that survived. The pattern teaches humility. Every generation thinks it understands the past, that it knows what ancient peoples could and couldn't achieve and what knowledge they possessed or lacked. Then new discoveries arrive, forcing revisions, revealing that the past was more complex, more sophisticated, and more interesting than simplified narratives suggested. The conspiracy theorists who insisted that ancient peoples deserved more credit than conventional wisdom granted often proved correct, though sometimes for reasons different than they imagined. As you prepare to leave the library, you notice the comfortable weight of knowledge accumulated around you. These books, these preserved fragments of human learning, represent victories against entropy and chaos. Someone cared enough to write this information down. Others preserved it when easier options involved letting it disappear. Still others translated, transmitted, and eventually printed it in forms that could survive across centuries and continents. The knowledge available to you represents countless small acts of preservation, each one affirming that understanding matters, that truth deserves protection, and that the effort to maintain and transmit knowledge serves purposes more important than any individual lifetime. The slow rediscovery continues. Somewhere tonight, someone is examining evidence that will revise understanding of what ancient peoples achieved. Somewhere, a fragment of lost knowledge is being decoded, translated, or recognized for its significance. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true remind you that healthy skepticism about conventional wisdom serves truth better than unquestioned acceptance of what authorities claim. The past keeps revealing itself to be more sophisticated, more accomplished, and more interesting than any single narrative can fully capture. You're walking home now through evening air that carries hints of approaching autumn. Above you, stars shine with the same light that ancient astronomers observed, mapped and predicted with tools that seemed impossibly primitive yet somehow worked. The Mayan mathematicians were seeing these same constellations, calculating their movements with precision that rivals modern instruments. The Polynesian navigators used these stars to cross oceans, encoding knowledge in songs and sticks and stories that European science initially dismissed as primitive. The ancient engineers whose roads and cities and harbours still function centuries after their creators died, proving that sophistication doesn't require the specific technologies that our era takes for granted. The real lesson isn't that ancient peoples possessed mysterious lost technology or secret knowledge that modern science hasn't rediscovered. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true teach something subtler. Human intelligence, given time and motivation, develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems regardless of specific cultural circumstances. Knowledge accumulates wherever people pay attention to their environment, test their ideas against reality, and pass their discoveries to future generations. The diversity of human achievement across cultures and centuries demonstrates that there are many paths to understanding, many methods that work, and many ways of being sophisticated that conventional wisdom in any particular era might fail to recognize or appreciate. You're home now, settling into familiar comfort with the satisfaction of a journey completed. The stories you've travelled through tonight, lost cities that weren't myths, ancient knowledge that deserved respect, civilizations that achieved more than history's initially credited, remind you that reality often proves more interesting than either skeptics or enthusiasts imagine. The truth resides somewhere between absolute dismissal and uncritical acceptance, in the patient work of examining evidence, revising theories, and acknowledging when conventional wisdom needs updating. As you drift towards sleep, you're thinking about all the knowledge still waiting to be recovered, all the evidence not yet discovered, and all the conventional wisdom that future generations will revise as they uncover truths that this era's conspiracies only hint at. The investigation continues, as it always has, as it always will. Somewhere someone is examining a fragment of the past that will eventually reshape understanding of human achievement. The slow work of rediscovery proceeds, one careful observation at a time, building toward insights that won't fully emerge for years or decades, but that will eventually add to the accumulated understanding that each generation inherits, revises, and passes along. The past remains alive in its influence on the present, in the knowledge that survived to shape current understanding, and in the mysteries that still wait for explanation. The conspiracy theories that prove true remind you that humility about what you think you know serves truth better than certainty. The human story keeps revealing itself to be more complex, more accomplished, and more surprising than any simplified narrative can capture, and that complexity, that persistent ability of the past to surprise and teach, provides its own quiet comfort as you settle into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to learn, revise, and appreciate the sophisticated achievements of people who came before, people whose names are lost but whose discoveries, encoded in monuments and maps and mathematical systems, continue to speak across the centuries if you're willing to listen carefully to what they're saying. Sweet dreams, my friends. You stand at the narrow window of the manor house, watching November fade into December, with that peculiar quality of late autumn light that seems to drain colour from the world. The landscape beyond the thick glass, expensive glass, a point of pride for your household, has transformed into something spare and honest. The fields that were gold with harvest 2 months ago now lie dark and furrowed, waiting for spring like a held breath. This is the time of year when your ancestors believed the boundary between worlds grew thin, when the old gods, though you'd never speak such thoughts aloud with the priest nearby, walked the frozen earth alongside Christian saints. The trees stand bare against the sky, their branches making patterns like the veins in an oak leaf pressed flat in a manuscript. You know each of those trees by sight, the ancient oak that marks the boundary between your lord's land and the common fields, the line of beeches that shelter the road to the village, and the twisted hawthorn where May Day celebrations happen, in a season that feels impossibly distant now. The cold has been building for weeks, that peculiar medieval cold that seems to seep through stone walls as if they were made of wool rather than masonry. You've learned to dress in layers, a linen shift against your skin, a woolen kirtle over that, and today an additional surcoat lined with rabbit fur that your grandmother made before she died. The fur still smells faintly of the herbs she used to store it, a mixture of lavender and tansy that brings her back to you across the years with a clarity that sometimes catches your breath. The manor's preparations for winter began at Michaelmas. Back when the last warm days of September still held the memory of summer, you helped bring in the final harvest, working alongside villagers whose families have been tied to this land for generations beyond counting. The wheat and barley were stored in the granary, rats be damned, though the barn cats do their best to keep that particular problem manageable. Apples were laid carefully in straw in the undercroft, each one checked for bruises that might spread rot through the entire store. The autumn pigs were slaughtered after St. Martin's Day, a process you've grown accustomed to over the years, though you never quite learned to enjoy it. Salted pork now hangs from the rafters of the larder, alongside dried fish from the summer's catch and the smoked eel that taste like the river mud where they were caught. Your household has stored enough food to see you through to spring, or so everyone hopes, with that particular combination of faith and anxiety that characterises medieval winter planning. Crop failures happen. Stores go bad. Winter can be a season of slow starvation if preparations were insufficient or luck proves cruel. But this year looks promising. The harvest was good, the weather has been harsh but not catastrophic, and your lord's household has both the resources and the will to celebrate Christmas properly. This matters more than you might initially think, because Christmas in the medieval world isn't just a day, it's a season, a statement, and sometimes a battlefield where social hierarchies are simultaneously reinforced and momentarily suspended. The Advent season has been observed with the proper solemnity. For the past 4 weeks you've been fasting, or at least what passes for fasting when you're not a monk sworn to extreme piety. No meat on Wednesdays, Fridays or Saturdays, no rich foods, no excessive celebration. The Church calls this a time of penitence and preparation, a spiritual winter before the birth of Christ brings light back to the world. You've noticed that this enforced austerity makes the upcoming feast seem even more glorious, which may or may not be the Church's actual intention. The manor itself has been gradually transforming. Fresh rushes have been laid on the floors of the great hall, mixed with herbs that release their scent when crushed underfoot. The smell reminds you of summer meadows, which is probably the point, an olfactory defiance of winter's barrenness. The walls have been cleaned of the year's accumulation of soot and grime, a job that fell to you and the other household members over several days of hard labour that left everyone's hands raw and their backs aching. Outside you can see the first real snow of the season beginning to fall, not the wet, brief flurries that came and melted last week, but proper snow that means business. The flakes are small and determined, the kind that will accumulate into drifts that might cut off the manor from the village for days. Part of you feels a flutter of anxiety at this isolation, but another part, perhaps the part that remembers older ways of thinking, feels a peculiar comfort in being snowed in, as if winter itself has decided to hold you safe in a white cocoon until spring comes to wake you. The shortest day of the year has just passed, and you noticed its arrival with the attention that medieval people pay to such markers. At the winter solstice, darkness claims nearly 16 hours of every day here in England, leaving only a brief window of grey light that barely qualifies as day at all. Your ancestors, the truly ancient ones before Christianity came to these islands, lit great fires at the solstice to encourage the sun to return. The Church calls such practices pagan superstition, but you notice that the Advent wreath with its progressive lighting of candles follows a suspiciously similar pattern. The village church bell rings, marking the hour of none, what we would call 3 in the afternoon, though the medieval reckoning of time is less precise than you might prefer. The sound carries clearly through the cold air, that particular quality of bell tone in winter that seems to travel further and ring longer than it does in summer. You recognise the bell's voice the way you might recognise a neighbour's knock, having heard it mark the hours and call to prayer for your entire life. Christmas Eve is tomorrow, and the manor has reached that state of barely contained energy that precedes any major event. There's still work to be done. There's always work to be done in a medieval household. But the essential preparations are complete. The ale has been brewed and is properly strong, which you confirmed through the time-honoured method of sampling it, possibly more often than strictly necessary for quality control purposes. The bread has been baked in quantities that seem excessive until you remember how many people will need to be fed over the coming days. Your role in tomorrow's festivities is both simple and complex. You are neither nobility nor servant, but something in between, what later centuries will call yeoman or franklin, a person of some substance who belongs to the manor household without being of the aristocratic class. This means you'll eat at the great feast, but not at the high table. You'll participate in the celebrations, but not lead them. You'll observe the social theatre of medieval Christmas from a position that's simultaneously inside and outside the performance. The light is failing now, that early winter dusk that makes you feel the day has been stolen from you. Candles will need to be lit soon, carefully rationed because beeswax is expensive, and tallow candles smell like rendered fat, which is exactly what they are. You've grown accustomed to doing as much as possible by daylight, planning your activities around the sun's brief appearance like a farmer planning around rain. But tomorrow the Christmas season truly begins, and with it comes a temporary suspension of the normal order of things. The darkness of winter will be pushed back by fire and celebration. The usual hierarchies will be playfully inverted. For 12 days the manor will exist in a kind of sanctioned carnival, where the rules that govern the rest of the year become flexible, negotiable, and almost dreamlike. You turn from the window and head toward the great hall where the evening meal is being prepared. The smell of pottage, that eternal medieval stew that contains whatever vegetables and grains are available, drifts up from the kitchen. It's a humble meal, this last supper before the feast, but it tastes of comfort and anticipation. Tomorrow, you think, smiling to yourself. Tomorrow the celebration begins. Christmas Eve morning arrives with the kind of cold that makes the water in the wash basin develop a thin skin of ice overnight. You break through it with your fingers, the shock of cold water on your face serving as a more effective wake-up than any amount of coffee could provide. Not that you have coffee anyway, since it won't be common in England for another 200 years. You make do with weak ale, which is safer to drink than water, and has the additional benefit of making early morning chores seem slightly less miserable. The manor is already awake and working when you emerge from your chamber. The household operates on a schedule that treats dawn as already late morning, a function of winter's short days, and the amount of work that needs to be accomplished before the evening's festivities. In the kitchen, a separate building because of fire danger, connected to the main hall by a covered walkway that never quite keeps the food as hot as the cooks would like. Preparations began before first light. You make your way there now, partly to see if you can help, and partly because the kitchen is reliably the warmest place in the entire manor. The great hearth dominates one wall, large enough that you could stand upright inside it if the fire wasn't currently roaring at a temperature that would melt lead. The cook, a woman of indeterminate age whose face has been reddened by years of working over flames, directs the controlled chaos with the authority of a military commander. The Christmas feast requires days of preparation, and today represents the culmination of planning that began weeks ago. A wild boar, brought down by your lord's hunting party 3 days previous, hangs in the cold room, ready for roasting. You saw the hunt, participated in it actually, and remember the precise moment when the boar turned at bay, its tusks catching the winter light before the spears found their mark. Medieval hunting is less sport and more dangerous necessity, a fact that the boar made emphatically clear before it died. The boar will be the feast's centrepiece, roasted whole and brought into the hall with appropriate ceremony. But it's only one element of a meal that will include dishes both familiar and strange to modern sensibilities. You watch as kitchen servants prepare peacock. Yes, peacock, which will be roasted and then carefully reassembled with its iridescent feathers to create a display that values spectacle as much as flavour. Medieval feasting is performance art that happens to be edible. Pies are being assembled, but not the sweet desserts that later centuries will associate with the word. Medieval pies are massive affairs, some large enough that you need both arms to carry them, filled with combinations that would puzzle modern cooks. Venison and dried fruits, pork and apples, fish and spices that came all the way from the Orient via Venetian traders who charged prices that made your lord wince even as he paid them. These pies serve partly as food and partly as storage containers. Their thick pastry crusts more structural engineering than cuisine. The spices themselves represent wealth in a form that later ages will find hard to comprehend. The pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves that the cook uses with what seems like abandon actually cost more per pound than some of the servants earn in a year. But Christmas demands lavish display, and properly spiced dishes announce to everyone present that this household has both prosperity and access to the far-reaching trade networks that connect medieval England to the wider world. You're assigned to help with the marchpane, that medieval precursor to marzipan that combines ground almonds with sugar and rosewater into something that's shaped into elaborate decorations. The almonds came from Spain, the sugar from Cyprus, and the rosewater from someone's careful distillation of this summer's roses. You're shaping the sweet paste into forms, flowers and animals and geometric patterns that would make a mathematician happy, while around you the kitchen's work continues at a pace that would exhaust a modern caterer. Bread baking happens in waves, with loaves emerging from the clay oven in the bakehouse at intervals timed by experience rather than clocks. The finest white bread, made from wheat flour that's been sieved multiple times, will grace the high table where your lord and his family will sit. The coarser brown bread, still perfectly good but made from less refined flour, will feed the rest of the household. The hierarchy of medieval society is reflected even in gluten content. The ale supplies are checked and rechecked. Multiple barrels stand ready, each marked with symbols that indicate its strength and brewing date. Medieval people drink ale the way modern people drink water, not because they're all functioning alcoholics, but because fermentation makes water safe. The alcohol content is typically lower than modern beer, but the quantities consumed would still make designated driving an interesting concept if cars existed. Wine is reserved for the high table, and for mixing into spiced drinks that will be heated and served throughout the evening. You helped prepare the hippocras yesterday, wine mixed with honey and spices, strained through cloth until it runs clear and sweet. It tastes like Christmas distilled into liquid form, warming you from the inside out in a way that the hearth fire never quite manages. The Great Hall itself is being transformed from its everyday functionality into something approaching splendour. The usual trestle tables have been joined by additional surfaces borrowed from neighbouring rooms, creating a U-shape that will seat everyone from highest to lowest according to their station. Fresh tablecloths, actual linen, not the rough hemp used for everyday meals, cover the boards, their whiteness a statement of cleanliness and status that guests will notice and appreciate. Decorations are appearing as you watch, transforming the stone hall into something warmer and more alive. Garlands of holly and ivy are draped along the walls, their green a defiance of winter's barrenness that carries meaning older than Christianity. The holly with its red berries and sharp leaves represents masculine energy in the old ways of thinking, while ivy with its clinging softness represents the feminine. Bringing them together at Christmas symbolises the hope that opposites can unite and create something harmonious, which makes them perfect decorations for a season dedicated to peace and goodwill. Mistletoe hangs in the doorway, another tradition that the church tolerates without quite approving. The white berries and the fact that mistletoe grows on oak trees without touching earth made it sacred to the Druids, who haven't existed for centuries but whose influence lingers in ways that surface during winter celebrations. You notice that people pause slightly when passing beneath it, aware of its presence even if they pretend not to be. The lord of the manor has invited guests from neighbouring estates, which means chambers are being prepared for overnight visitors. Fresh straw is being laid in the pallets, linens are being aired, and the household's best pottery is being brought out from storage. Medieval hospitality is both genuine kindness and social necessity. You never know when you might need to show up at someone else's door, so treating visitors well is essentially an investment in your own future comfort. You take a moment to step outside, needing air that doesn't smell of cooking and smoke. The courtyard is busy with arriving provisions. A cart has just delivered fish from the coast, packed in salt for the journey. Another brings wine from Bristol, the barrels marked with seals that testify to their origin. A third cart carries what appears to be nothing but firewood, which seems excessive until you remember that keeping the Great Hall warm enough for feasting requires roughly the equivalent of burning a small forest. The village folk are arriving now, those who will help serve the feast or provide entertainment. You see the minstrel who comes every year, his small stringed instrument wrapped carefully against the cold. There's the storyteller who can recite romances about King Arthur and his knights with a dramatic flair that makes even familiar tales seem fresh. A group of young men carry instruments for dancing, drums and pipes and something that might be a primitive fiddle. Children are everywhere, underfoot and overexcited, getting in the way with that particular genius that children have perfected across all time periods. They're supposed to be helping with preparations, but mostly they're building anticipation to levels that make them practically vibrate with energy. Christmas for medieval children means the rare treat of plenty, more food than they usually see, sweet things they taste only a few times a year, and a general atmosphere of celebration that makes adults temporarily less strict about behaviour. The church bell rings for sext, the noon service, reminding everyone that beneath all the feasting and celebration, Christmas is ultimately a religious observance. A group heads toward the village church for prayers, their breathmaking clouds in the cold air. You consider joining them, but decide your time is better spent continuing with preparations. God, you figure, probably understands the practical necessities of feeding a household of 40 people plus guests. Back in the kitchen, the controlled chaos has evolved into something more intense. The boar is on the spit now, slowly rotating over the fire, its fat dripping and sizzling in a way that makes your mouth water despite the substantial breakfast you ate earlier. The cook is basting it with a mixture that smells of honey, herbs and something sharp that might be vinegar. Medieval cooking often combines flavours in ways that later centuries will forget. Sweet and sour together, fruit with meat, and spices used with a heavy hand that modern palates might find overwhelming. You help carry dishes from kitchen to hall, part of the human chain that moves food across the gap between where it's cooked and where it will be served. The serving dishes themselves are statements of wealth, pewter for the household, silver for the high table. Your lord owns exactly 3 pieces of actual gold plate, which will be displayed prominently even though they're decorative rather than functional. Medieval status is performed through material goods, and Christmas is the biggest performance of the year. The afternoon passes in a blur of activity punctuated by small moments of connection. You share a joke with the cook's assistant about the peacock, which looks considerably more dignified alive than it does halfway plucked. You help a kitchen boy who's nearly in tears because he dropped a bowl of expensive spices. You tell him accidents happen, sweep up the loss, and don't mention it to anyone who might punish him. You steal a moment to sample the marchpane purely for quality control purposes, and find it perfectly sweet with just enough rosewater to make it interesting. As darkness begins to fall, which happens appallingly early in an English December, the final preparations reach their crescendo. Candles are lit throughout the hall, their light reflecting off the silver and pewter to create an atmosphere that transforms the everyday space into something approaching magical. The fire in the great hearth has been built up until it roars like a living thing, pushing heat into the hall with an enthusiasm that makes the far end almost comfortable. You take a moment to stand in the hall, watching the transformation from workspace to feast hall reach completion. The tables are set, the decorations are in place, the food is nearly ready, and the guests are beginning to arrive. In a few hours, this space will be filled with people, music, food, and celebration. But right now, in this quiet moment before the festivities begin, you can appreciate the work that went into creating this medieval Christmas. The cooperation, the tradition, the small acts of preparation that connect you to centuries of people who celebrated this same season in similar ways. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, but tonight is Christmas Eve, when the anticipation might actually be better than the fulfillment. You head toward your chamber to change into your best clothes, the ones saved for special occasions. The feast will begin soon, and you want to be ready to experience it properly, with all the attention and appreciation that such careful preparation deserves. Evening arrives with the kind of cold that makes you grateful for every piece of wool you own. You dress for the feast in your finest garments, a deep blue tunic that your mother made, dyed with woad that cost more than you like to remember, and a surcoat embroidered with a pattern that tries hard to look like noble decoration, while remaining just humble enough to avoid accusations of social climbing. Medieval fashion is a careful navigation between displaying your prosperity and not appearing to rise above your station. The Great Hall has reached that perfect moment when all preparation is complete and the celebration is about to begin. Guests have arrived from neighbouring manors, their horses stamping in the stables while their owners warm themselves by the fire. The social geography of the hall reflects the strict hierarchy of medieval life. The high table on its raised platform at one end, the household tables arranged perpendicular to it, and space at the lower end for entertainers and servants who will eat after they've finished serving. Your lord enters with the ceremony appropriate to his position, accompanied by his lady wife and their children. Everyone stands, not because there's a formal rule requiring it, but because some forms of respect are so deeply ingrained they feel like natural law. He takes his place at the centre of the high table, and only when he's seated does everyone else follow suit, a choreography of medieval manners that no one has to think about because it's been drilled in since childhood. The feast begins with a ceremony that predates Christianity by centuries. A servant enters carrying the wassail bowl, an enormous wooden vessel filled with spiced ale, decorated with ribbons, and containing what appear to be small roasted apples floating on top. Your lord raises the bowl and speaks the traditional words, Waes hael, be whole, or be healthy, and everyone responds, drink hael. The bowl is passed around the hall, each person taking a drink, a communal sharing that binds everyone present into temporary fellowship. Then the food begins to arrive, course after course, in a display that makes your earlier sampling seem ridiculously inadequate. The boar enters first, carried on a massive wooden platter by 4 strong servants, garnished with bay leaves, and accompanied by musicians playing a triumphant fanfare on instruments that sound vaguely like very aggressive kazoos. Medieval music is an acquired taste, but you've acquired it over years of exposure. The boar's head is removed and set before your lord, who carves the first portions with the knife he wears at his belt, that everyday tool that serves for eating, working, and occasional self-defence depending on circumstances. The meat is distributed according to rank, with the choicest portions going to the high table and progressively less prestigious cuts moving down the social scale. You receive a serving that's perfectly respectable, tender and rich with fat, and seasoned with herbs you helped gather last summer. More dishes follow in waves that test your capacity. The peacock, reassembled into something approximating life, gets admired more than eaten. Its meat is tough, and the feathers are mostly for show. The pies arrive, their crusts golden and their contents steaming. Fish dishes appear, required by church law even during feast days, prepared in ways that disguise their origin under layers of spices and sauces. Vegetables cooked with butter and herbs, eggs prepared in combinations that seem designed to use as many eggs as possible, cheese from the summer's production, aged just right, bread in quantities that would normally feed you for a week. The meal happens in that peculiar medieval rhythm where eating is punctuated by entertainment, conversation, and periodic breaks for your stomach to catch up with your ambition. Servants circulate with pitchers of ale and wine, keeping cups filled with the efficiency of long practice. The hall grows warmer from the press of bodies and the roaring fire, until you find yourself pushing back from the table slightly, loosening your belt and wondering how anyone could possibly eat more. But of course, there's always more. The marchpane you helped prepare arrives in elaborate forms, alongside other sweets that involve combinations of honey, fruit and nuts. Spiced wine is served hot, warming you from the inside while simultaneously making you slightly dizzy. The conversation around you grows louder as inhibitions lower, and the evening progresses toward the moment everyone is actually waiting for: midnight mass. The church bell begins ringing while the feast is still in full swing, its tone cutting through the noise to remind everyone that beneath the celebration, this is a holy night. The birth of Christ, the theological reason for this entire season, will be commemorated at midnight in a ceremony that's remained essentially unchanged for centuries. The transformation from feast hall to worshippers is gradual but inevitable, as people begin to set down their cups and prepare to make their way to the church. You bundle yourself back into your warmest clothes, adding an additional cloak because the walk to the church is short, but the building itself has no heating beyond body warmth and a few candles. The procession from manor to church happens by torchlight, a line of illuminated figures moving through darkness in a scene that could be from any Christmas Eve for the past 500 years. The village church sits apart from the manor, serving both the household and the village in that uneasy partnership that characterises medieval religious life. It's a stone building that was already old when your grandparents were young, its architecture simple but solid, designed to last centuries rather than decades. The bell in its tower continues ringing, calling the faithful to worship with a voice that carries across the frozen fields. Inside, the church has been transformed by candlelight and evergreen decorations. The normal austerity of stone walls and plain surfaces has been softened by garlands of holly and ivy, while banks of candles create pools of warm light that push back against the vast darkness outside. The smell is distinctive: beeswax and incense, cold stone and wool clothing, that particular scent of a medieval church that combines devotion with practical reality. The priest stands ready in vestments that are the finest possessions this poor church owns. The silk and embroidery were gifts from your Lord's family generations ago, passed down and carefully maintained, brought out only for the highest holy days. In the candlelight they shine with a richness that transforms the humble village priest into something approaching magnificent. The Mass begins in Latin, that sacred language that most people present don't actually understand, but which carries the weight of tradition and divine authority. The priest's voice rises and falls in the ancient cadences, speaking words that were already old when England became England. You follow along not through understanding, but through familiarity, knowing when to stand, kneel, and make responses that are more muscle memory than conscious thought. There's something profound about participating in a ceremony you don't fully comprehend, trusting that the ritual itself carries meaning beyond your individual grasp of its words. The Latin phrases wash over you like a river, ancient and powerful, connecting you to centuries of believers who stood in churches throughout Christendom, speaking these same words at this same hour. The Christmas liturgy has particular beauty, a joy that breaks through even when mediated by a language you don't speak. The priest reads the nativity story, in Latin of course, but you know it well enough to follow along in your mind. The journey to Bethlehem, the inn with no room, the stable and the manger. The angels appear to shepherds in fields that probably looked a lot like the ones surrounding your village. There's a moment during the Mass when the priest elevates the consecrated host, and the entire congregation drops to its knees in unison. The bell rings, a small handbell, not the tower bell, and in the candlelit darkness of a medieval church on Christmas Eve, you feel the presence of something larger than yourself. Whether it's the divine, the weight of tradition, or simply the human need to mark this darkest season with light and hope, you're not sure. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all three are aspects of the same truth. The carols begin after the consecration. These aren't the refined hymns that later centuries will create, but rougher older songs that blend Christian themes with folk melodies that probably predate Christianity. The tunes are simple enough that everyone can join in, creating a sound that's more enthusiastic than technically proficient. Medieval congregational singing operates on the principle that volume compensates for any lack of skill. You sing along, your voice joining dozens of others in the cold air. The song tells of angels and shepherds, of a star leading wise men from the east, and of a baby born in circumstances of poverty, who nonetheless represents salvation for all humanity. The theology is heavy, but the melody is bright. That particularly medieval combination of profound religious meaning delivered through approachable, even cheerful music. The Mass concludes in the small hours of the morning, Christmas Day now technically, though it still feels like night. The priest gives his final blessing, and the congregation begins to stir, preparing to head back out into the cold. But there's a reluctance to leave, a desire to extend this moment when the entire community stands together in shared purpose and shared belief. Outside, the snow has begun again, soft flakes that catch the torchlight as the procession reforms for the walk back to the manor. Your breath makes clouds in the frigid air, and your toes have lost most of their feeling despite your woolen stockings and leather boots. But there's a warmth inside you that has nothing to do with temperature. The satisfaction of having marked this night properly, of having participated in a tradition that connects you to believers across time and space. The manor house appears ahead, its windows glowing with firelight, promising warmth and the continuation of celebration. Because while midnight Mass represents the spiritual heart of Christmas Eve, the night is far from over. Food still waits, ale still flows, and the celebration of Christ's birth will continue until exhaustion and dawn finally send everyone to bed. You enter the great hall to find that servants have kept the fires burning and the food warm. A smaller group remains now, those hardy souls who have the stamina to continue celebrating after a feast and a midnight Mass. You join them, accepting a cup of hot spiced wine, settling by the fire to let its warmth seep back into your frozen extremities. Christmas Day has begun, and with it comes the promise of 12 more days of celebration, of fellowship, of temporary suspension of the normal order. You're exactly where you belong, surrounded by community, wrapped in tradition, marking the turn of the year in ways that your ancestors would recognise. It's a good feeling, this sense of connection and continuity. It's what Christmas means. Underneath all the theology and ceremony, the simple human need to push back darkness with light, to combat winter with warmth, and to face the cold season together rather than alone. Christmas morning arrives later than usual, a concession to the previous night's festivities that leaves you grateful for the heavy curtains around your bed and the extra blanket you remember to add before collapsing into sleep. The manor house is quiet, with the particular silence that follows significant celebration. Not the active hush of people sleeping, but the exhausted stillness of people who have thoroughly worn themselves out and are taking their time recovering. You rise eventually, drawn by the smell of fresh bread and the recognition that however much you ate last night, hunger has a way of returning with the morning. The great hall shows signs of last night's feast. The tables haven't been fully cleared, though servants have made initial progress. Someone has kept the fire going, for which you're grateful, because the stone walls hold cold like they hold memories, stubbornly and for a long time. The breakfast laid out is generous, even by feast day standards. Fresh bread still warm from the bakehouse, butter that tastes of summer grass despite the winter season, and cheese aged to that perfect point where it's sharp without being overwhelming. Cold meats left from yesterday's feast, including slices of that boar that taste even better cold than they did hot. Porridge made rich with honey and nuts. Small beer to drink, because starting the day with ale is perfectly normal when clean water is suspect and coffee hasn't been invented yet. People drift in gradually, responding to their own internal schedules and varying levels of recovery from last night's revelries. Your lord arrives looking surprisingly well rested, which either speaks to a noble constitution or to having servants who ensure that lords get proper sleep regardless of feast schedules. His children trail behind him, still dressed in their Christmas finest from yesterday, apparently having slept in their good clothes rather than changing. A very medieval approach to laundry conservation. The plan for today involves more eating, naturally, because the Christmas feast spans multiple days and yesterday's offerings were merely the beginning. But first, there's the morning gift-giving ceremony, a tradition that sits somewhere between religious observance and social performance. Medieval Christmas gifts aren't what later centuries will make of the tradition. There are no wrapped packages with bows, no surprises concealed until the moment of opening. Instead, gifts are practical, often expected, and carefully calibrated to reflect and reinforce social relationships. Your lord will give gifts to his household, money to servants, cloth to craftsmen, perhaps a new knife to someone whose service deserves recognition. In return, he'll receive gifts that acknowledge his position. Gloves, handkerchiefs, spices, and things that flatter without presuming equality. You've prepared your own modest gifts, a jar of honey from your hives to the cook who's made your meals all year, a carved wooden toy for the lord's youngest child, and a length of ribbon for the lady of the manor that you purchased from a peddler who passed through in autumn. These aren't extravagant presents, but they're appropriate to your station, and to the relationships they acknowledge. The gift-giving happens in the Great Hall, with everyone present to witness the exchanges. There's a ritualistic quality to it, each presentation accompanied by words of thanks and reciprocal good wishes. When your lord gives you a small purse containing coins, you know the exact amount without counting it. 3 days' wages, the standard Christmas gift of valued household members. It's enough to feel generous without being so much as to disrupt the social order. The children receive their gifts with an enthusiasm that makes the adults smile. Toys carved from wood, a small horse, a ball, and a doll made of cloth and stuffing. These are precious items in a world where childhood is shorter, and toys are rarer than later generations will consider normal. You watch a boy of perhaps 7 receive his wooden sword with a joy so pure it makes you remember your own childhood, when such simple things could contain entire worlds of imagination. Once the gifts have been exchanged, the serious business of continuing the feast begins. Fresh tables are set, the servants having cleared last night's remains while you were distracted by gift-giving, and new dishes begin to appear. Today's offerings are somewhat lighter than yesterday's, a recognition that there are still 11 more days of feasting ahead, and pacing is essential to survival. Pies appear, smaller than last night's massive constructions, but no less elaborate. One contains dried cherries and spices that taste like concentrated summer. Another holds a mixture of meats that have been cooked down into something rich and satisfying. There are pastries filled with cheese and herbs, small enough to eat with your hands, which you do despite the grease that accumulates on your fingers. The truly magnificent offering is the subtlety, that peculiar medieval creation that's part food, part art project, and entirely concerned with impressing guests. Today's version is a castle made entirely of marchpane, complete with tiny sugar towers and walls detailed with such care you feel almost guilty eating it. Almost. The sweetness is intense, the almond flavour pronounced, and the entire creation represents hours of someone's careful work that will be consumed in minutes. Medieval feasting has always been partly about conspicuous consumption, and this sugary castle delivers that message with clarity. Entertainment accompanies the meal because eating for hours would be tedious without distraction. The minstrel from yesterday reappears, this time performing songs that range from religious hymns to stories of courtly love to ballads about Robin Hood that are probably treasonous if anyone bothered to think too hard about them. The tunes are catchy in that way medieval music has, modal scales that sound simultaneously familiar and strange to ears trained on later harmonies. Between courses, a juggler performs, keeping 6 wooden balls in the air with a skill that looks effortless but represents years of practice. When someone from the audience calls out a challenge, he adds knives to the rotation, their blades catching the firelight as they spin. It's the kind of performance that makes you hold your breath, partly from admiration, and partly from the very real possibility that someone might need bandages soon. Medieval entertainment doesn't include safety nets, literal or figurative. The storyteller takes his turn, settling onto a stool near the fire and launching into a romance about Sir Gawain and his various adventures. His voice rises and falls with the drama, describing battles with giants, encounters with temptresses, and moral dilemmas that somehow always resolve in ways that reinforce the importance of Christian virtue and feudal loyalty. You've heard this story before, probably several times, but the telling matters as much as the tale. The storyteller's art is in bringing familiar narratives to life, in making audiences feel emotions they already know are coming. The meal stretches through the afternoon in that timeless way that medieval feasts have, where you lose track of whether you're eating lunch or dinner or something in between. Servants keep bringing food and people keep eating it, though the pace has slowed considerably from last night's enthusiasm. There's a limit to how much roast meat and spiced wine any human system can process, and you're approaching yours with the certainty of someone who's done this before and should know better, but somehow never learns. As the winter afternoon fades, which it does appallingly early, leaving you feeling cheated of daylight, someone suggests games. This is met with enthusiasm by those young enough to still have energy, and groans from those of us who've eaten too much to move with any grace. But the suggestion carries the day, and tables are pushed back to create space in the great hall. The games that follow are the traditional Christmas diversions, some religious in origin, others considerably older and more pagan than the church would prefer to acknowledge. Hoodman Blind is played first, a medieval version of Blind Man's Bluff where someone is hooded and must catch other players by sound and touch alone. The game quickly descends into cheerful chaos, with hooded players stumbling into furniture while everyone else shrieks with laughter and offers misleading directions. Hot Cockles comes next, a game that seems designed to test both physical endurance and social bonds. One person kneels blindfolded while others take turns striking their back, and the kneeling person must guess who hit them. It's rougher than it sounds, and watching it makes you grateful that medieval society has some concept of rank-appropriate play. The servants participate enthusiastically, apparently viewing this as an opportunity for socially sanctioned revenge against authority figures who've annoyed them throughout the year. Someone produces a ball, leather stuffed with rags, and an impromptu game of catch develops that rapidly becomes competitive. Medieval people take their games seriously, even informal ones. The ball flies back and forth with increasing velocity until someone makes an errant throw that sends it directly into the remnants of the feast, scattering pastries and sloshing wine. The resulting laughter suggests this might have been intentional. Music starts up again, this time for dancing. The dances are communal rather than partnered, with long lines of people moving through patterns that everyone knows by heart. The steps are simple, but the combinations are complex, requiring attention and coordination that's challenging after several cups of wine. You join in, partly because refusing would be antisocial, and partly because the movement feels good after hours of sitting and eating. The carol dances are particularly enjoyable, combining song with movement in patterns that circle the hall. These dances are old, probably predating Christianity, their circular forms echoing the wheel of the year and the cycles of seasons. The church has Christianized them, adding religious lyrics to pagan forms, creating that typical medieval blend of old and new beliefs that characterizes so much of the holiday. As you move through the dance, you become aware of the community you're part of. These are people you've known your entire life, whose families have been connected to yours for generations. The Lord's grandfather knew your grandfather. The cook's mother taught your mother how to brew proper ale. The children playing in the corner will grow up to work alongside your own children, continuing patterns of relationship that stretch back beyond memory. This interconnection is what medieval life actually means, underneath all the historical discussion of feudalism and hierarchy. You're not isolated individuals pursuing separate paths, but threads in a fabric that's been weaving itself for centuries. The Christmas feast is partly about celebrating Christ's birth, yes, but it's also about reinforcing these social bonds, about reminding everyone of their place in the larger pattern. The dancing continues until people are genuinely exhausted, flushed with exertion and dizzy from spinning. Someone calls for more wine and servants appear with pitchers, because apparently there's no upper limit to how much liquid a medieval feast can produce and consume. You accept one more cup more from habit than desire, holding it while you catch your breath and let your heart rate return to something approaching normal. The fire in the great hearth is built up again, with massive logs added that will burn through the night. The Yule log tradition, that enormous piece of wood that's supposed to burn throughout the Christmas season, sits at the hearth's heart, glowing with heat that pushes back against the winter cold. This log was cut from an oak tree with ceremony, dragged to the manor with celebration, and lit with embers saved from last year's Yule log. It's a tradition that predates Christianity by centuries, a fire-worshipping ritual that the church tolerates because traditions this old are impossible to eradicate. Evening settles over the manor, though calling it evening feels wrong when darkness arrived hours ago. Time during the Christmas season operates differently, measured not by clocks, which are rare and temperamental anyway, but by the rhythm of feasts, entertainments, and rest periods that flow into one another without clear boundaries. The Great Hall has reached that perfect state of comfortable exhaustion where everyone is content to simply exist together. Some people are still eating, working through the seemingly infinite supplies of food. Others are talking, their conversations animated by wine and fellowship. Children are sprawled near the fire, not quite asleep but clearly heading that direction. Dogs that have been begging scraps all day now lie contentedly under tables, their bellies full and their loyalty temporarily purchased with roast meat. You find yourself a spot near the fire, not too close to be uncomfortably hot, but close enough to benefit from its warmth. The heat makes you drowsy, that pleasant heaviness that comes from physical satisfaction and the knowledge that you have nowhere else to be and nothing else you must do. Christmas, you realise, is partly about this, about permission to simply exist without the constant pressure of work and obligation. The minstrel plays quietly now, soft tunes that underscore rather than dominate the hall's atmosphere. Someone is telling a story in one corner, their voice rising and falling while listeners respond with occasional laughter. A group near the far end is singing, not a performance but the casual music making that happens when people who've known each other forever harmonise without thinking about it. You let your eyes drift closed for a moment, just resting them. And when you open them again, some undefined amount of time has passed and the fire has burned lower. The hall is quieter now, people having gradually migrated to their beds, or simply fallen asleep where they sat. This is normal for Christmas celebrations. Sleep happens when it happens, in whatever location you happen to occupy when exhaustion finally wins. Tomorrow, or today, depending on how you count time after midnight, the feast will continue. More food, more entertainment, more fellowship. The 12 days of Christmas stretch ahead, each day bringing similar patterns of celebration, each night blending into the next until the season becomes a single extended experience rather than discrete days. But for now, in this moment, you're content to sit by the fire, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe. Winter rages outside, but inside the manor walls, Christmas holds darkness at bay with light, cold with warmth, and isolation with fellowship. It's enough. It's everything, really. The second day of Christmas arrives with your body's insistent reminder that you're not as young as you once were, and that medieval feasting takes a physical toll that would benefit from modern pain relievers. You extract yourself from wherever you ended up sleeping. It appears to be a pile of cushions near the hearth, which explains why one side of your body feels roasted while the other feels frozen, and survey the great hall in morning light. The space looks like the aftermath of a very successful party, which is exactly what it is. Servants are already moving through, clearing the detritus of yesterday's celebrations with the efficient resignation of people who know they'll be doing this same work for 11 more days. You help where you can, carrying dishes to the kitchen, straightening benches and trying to find where your shoes ended up after last night's dancing removed them from your feet. Breakfast is a quieter affair than yesterday, partly because several people are still asleep, and partly because everyone's ambition for food has been temporarily satisfied. You settle for bread and cheese, small beer, and an apple from the autumn storage that's gone slightly soft but tastes sweet enough to forgive its texture. Medieval mornings after feast days are exercises in gentle recovery, allowing your body to catch up with what your enthusiasm inflicted upon it. The day unfolds with less structure than yesterday's ceremony. This is Boxing Day, though it won't be called that for several more centuries. The tradition of giving gifts to servants and the poor has already happened. Yesterday's presents covered that obligation. Today is for continuing the celebration in whatever form appeals to people's current energy levels. Some choose to hunt, bundling into warm clothes and heading out with dogs and weapons to pursue winter game through snowy fields. Hunting during Christmas is partly sport, partly necessity, and partly an excuse to escape the manor house's increasingly crowded and aromatic interior. You consider joining them, but decide that standing in frozen fields waiting for deer sounds less appealing than staying by the fire. Instead, you participate in the games that develop organically throughout the day. Someone has produced a set of dice carved from bone, and gambling begins with the enthusiastic disregard for church prohibitions that characterizes medieval attitudes toward gaming. You wager small amounts, a few coins, a knife that's seen better days, a promise to do someone's share of work next week. The dice clatter across the table, and fortunes rise and fall with each throw. Medieval dice games are wonderfully simple compared to what later centuries will devise. The rules are straightforward, the outcomes depend entirely on chance, and the entertainment value comes from the social interaction more than the game itself. You win some, lose more, and don't particularly care about either outcome. The point is the participation, the fellowship, and the shared experience of trying your luck against fate and your friends. Cards haven't been invented yet, or at least haven't reached England, so you're spared the complexity that playing cards will eventually bring to gaming. Instead, there are board games carved into wooden surfaces, games involving moving pieces according to dice throws, and games that require strategy and planning. Someone produces a chess set and you watch a match between two players who take the game seriously enough that spectators fall silent during crucial moments. The children have their own games happening in corners and corridors. They play with the wooden toys from yesterday's gifts, creating elaborate scenarios that seem to involve knights, dragons, and a surprising amount of falling over dramatically. Their energy is boundless in that way that makes adults simultaneously envious and exhausted. You remember having that much vitality once. though it feels like a previous lifetime rather than a previous decade. Midday brings another meal, because of course it does. The feast continues with offerings that aim for variety rather than volume. At least that seems to be the intention, though the actual quantities remain substantial. Roasted fowl today, smaller birds that cook faster than yesterday's massive boar. Fish prepared with enough spices to disguise its origin, a concession to religious rules about when meat can be eaten. Vegetable dishes that actually taste of their ingredients rather than the sauces covering them. There's a meat pie that turns out to contain lamprey, that peculiar eel-like fish that wealthy people consider a delicacy, despite its appearance suggesting otherwise. You try it because refusing would be rude, discover it tastes like river mud and regret it, and quietly feed the rest to a dog under the table. The dog appears equally unimpressed, but eats it anyway, because dogs have different standards than humans when it comes to food evaluation. The afternoon entertainment comes from an unexpected source. Visitors arrive from a neighbouring manor, their lord having decided to make a Christmas call that combines social obligation with genuine friendliness. Medieval visiting during Christmas is expected. Staying isolated during the season of fellowship would be considered antisocial, bordering on hostile. The visitors bring gifts for their hosts, a barrel of wine, a haunch of venison, some expensive candles, and are welcomed with the enthusiasm that such generosity deserves. With new guests come new stories, fresh gossip, and different perspectives on shared acquaintances. Medieval people are tremendous gossips, treating news about neighbours with the attention that later ages will reserve for celebrity scandals. You learn about marriages being arranged, lands being disputed, and priests behaving in ways that suggest their vows of celibacy are more aspirational than actual. The specifics would probably sound tedious to outsiders, but for you, these are the stories that make up the fabric of your world. The visitors bring their own entertainment as well. One of them is apparently known for his riddles, and he proceeds to pose questions that range from clever to groan-inducing. What has hands but cannot clap? A clock, except that hardly anyone present has seen an actual clock, so the answer falls flat. What gets wetter as it dries? A towel, which works better and produces satisfied nods from those who guess correctly. Evening brings music and more dancing, because apparently yesterday's dancing wasn't sufficient to exhaust everyone's enthusiasm for spinning in circles to medieval tunes. The dances tonight are more elaborate, with patterns that require instruction for those unfamiliar with them. You watch your lord attempt a particularly complex step, stumble, recover with dignity mostly intact, and continue as if nothing happened. Medieval aristocrats are very good at pretending that public mishaps are intentional choices. Someone suggests a Christmas play, and a group of the more theatrical household members begin organising a performance. These aren't elaborate productions with scripts and rehearsals, but improvised entertainments based on familiar stories. Tonight's offering appears to be the Nativity, with servants and minor nobles volunteering for roles that include shepherds, angels, and what appears to be a very reluctant donkey played by someone wearing a blanket and making half-hearted braying sounds. The play is charming in its amateurishness, with actors forgetting their lines, angels' wings falling off mid-scene, and the baby Jesus represented by a wooden doll that looks nothing like an infant, and everything like a carved log with a face painted on it. But the audience loves it, responding with cheers and laughter and genuine appreciation for the effort. Medieval entertainment values participation over perfection, the attempt over the achievement. As night deepens, the celebration settles into the now familiar pattern of eating, drinking, talking, and generally existing together in that comfortable way that happens when people have shared several days of continuous celebration. The wine flows, loosening tongues and lowering inhibitions in ways that tomorrow might bring regrets, but tonight produces only warmth and fellowship. You find yourself in a conversation with one of the visiting nobles, discussing topics that range from the weather, always a safe subject, to the political situation with France, less safe but interesting, to speculation about what the new year might bring. Medieval people are both fatalistic about the future, believing that God's will ultimately determines everything, and actively engaged in trying to shape circumstances to their advantage. The contradiction doesn't bother anyone. The conversation drifts to memories of previous Christmases, and stories emerge about celebrations in years past. The Christmas when snow fell so heavily that the manor was isolated for a week. The Christmas when the boar escaped before it could be roasted and had to be recaptured in an adventure that apparently involved 3 servants, 2 dogs, and considerable property damage. The Christmas when the priest had drunk too much wassail and delivered midnight mass in Latin that was creatively interpreted at best. These stories connect you to the history of the place and people around you, creating a sense of continuity that stretches beyond individual lifetimes. You're not just celebrating this Christmas, you're participating in a tradition that your grandparents knew, that your grandchildren will know, that creates a thread of shared experience running through time. The fire burns low again, and again it's built up with fresh logs that will carry warmth through the night. The Yule log continues its slow combustion, a constant presence that anchors the celebration to something older than Christianity, older than Rome, as old as humans gathering round fire to push back darkness and cold. Sleep comes gradually, people drifting away or simply settling where they sit, wrapped in cloaks and blankets, content to rest in the great hall's communal warmth. You find your own sleeping spot somewhere between the fire and the wall, where warmth and stone create a balance that feels just right. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the 12 days have passed and Epiphany arrives to mark the end of the Christmas season. But that's a future concern. For now, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe, you let sleep take you. Your last conscious thought, a vague sense of contentment that this is what Christmas means. Not the presents, or the food, or any single element, but the whole experience of living within community, of marking time's passage together, of creating shared memories that will warm you through winters yet to come. The middle days of Christmas blur together with that pleasant indistinctness that comes from continuous celebration without the anchoring routine of normal work. You've lost track of whether this is the 3rd, 4th or 5th day. Not because you're drunk, though the steady consumption of ale and wine certainly isn't helping temporal clarity, but because the days themselves have merged into one extended present tense, where time is measured by meals and entertainment rather than by any more conventional metric. This morning, or possibly afternoon, the winter light makes it hard to tell, you find yourself with unexpected free time. The servants have the great hall well in hand, the kitchen is managing without your help, and the current entertainment doesn't require audience participation. You take advantage of this rare solitude to claim a chair near the fire, wrapped in a blanket that smells of wood smoke and wool, content to simply sit and watch the flames. Medieval fires are mesmerising in ways that modern heating can't replicate. The flames move with unpredictable beauty, finding shapes in the burning wood that seem almost meaningful. Your ancestors saw spirits in such flames, read futures in their flickering, and believed that fire was a living thing with intelligence and intention. The church disapproves of such thinking, but sitting here alone with the fire, you can understand the impulse. The flames do seem alive, dancing and breathing and consuming the wood with what looks remarkably like hunger. The great hall is quieter than it's been since Christmas Eve. Most people are elsewhere, hunting, sleeping off last night's feast, or participating in some entertainment happening in another part of the manor. The quiet feels precious after days of constant noise and activity. You're not antisocial, you've thoroughly enjoyed the celebration, but everyone needs occasional solitude to process experience and simply exist without performing for others. Your thoughts drift to Christmases past, memories rising like the sparks from the fire. You remember childhood Christmases when the feast seemed impossibly grand, and you believed without question that the season was magical. You remember the first Christmas after your father died, when the celebration felt hollow despite everyone's efforts to maintain traditions. You remember last year's Christmas, which seemed unremarkable at the time, but now carries a poignancy it lacked then, because you understand how each celebration is unique even when following familiar patterns. Medieval life encourages this kind of reflection, this awareness of time's passage and the cycles that structure human existence. The agricultural year creates a rhythm of planting and harvest, growth and dormancy. The church year marks time with saints' days and holy seasons. The human life cycle moves from birth through childhood, adulthood, old age, and death, with a visibility that later ages will try to hide but that medieval people accept as natural. Christmas sits at the intersection of these cycles, the darkest time of the natural year, the celebration of Christ's birth in the religious year, and for you personally, a moment to reflect on your own journey through time. You think about the people who've passed away since last Christmas. Your neighbour's wife died in childbirth. Both mother and infant were lost despite the midwife's best efforts. An old man from the village whose name you're ashamed to realise you've forgotten, though you remember his face and his kindness. A child who fell through ice on the mill pond, gone before anyone could reach him. Medieval death is commonplace in ways that later centuries will forget. A constant presence that makes the celebration of life all the more important. But you also think about new arrivals. Babies born in the past year who are experiencing their first Christmas, though they're too young to remember it. Marriages that joined families in bonds that will ripple through generations. New households established, new positions filled. The constant renewal that balances death's persistence. Life continues, patterns repeat, and Christmas marks the turn of the year with acknowledgement that both endings and beginnings are part of the same cycle. The fire pops loudly, sending sparks up the chimney and startling you from your reverie. You add another log, watching it catch and begin its own transformation from solid wood to flame and heat and eventually ash. The cycle of consumption and transformation seems like it should mean something, should carry some deeper significance that you can almost grasp but not quite articulate. Medieval people are comfortable with this kind of incomplete understanding, with truths that feel real even when they can't be fully explained. A servant appears with food, because of course there's always more food during Christmas, and you accept a plate without really looking at what's on it. The eating has become almost automatic, a background activity that continues regardless of actual hunger. You chew mechanically while continuing to watch the fire, finding yourself surprisingly content with this moment of solitary existence within the larger celebration. The door opens, admitting cold air and several people returning from some outdoor activity. They're laughing, flushed with exertion and cold, bringing energy that disrupts your quiet contemplation, but that you find yourself welcoming anyway. Solitude is precious, but so is community, and the balance between them is what makes life bearable. Someone settles near you, an older man whose name you know, but whose life story you've never fully heard. In the casual way that happens during Christmas when normal social boundaries relax, he begins talking about his own memories. Christmases from 50 years ago, when the current Lord's grandfather ruled the manor and the world was simultaneously different and exactly the same. His stories are fascinating, not for their drama, but for their ordinariness. He talks about feasts that sound like the one you're currently experiencing, about music and games, and about the particular quality of fellowship that Christmas creates. He mentions people long dead with the casualness of someone who's outlived most of his generation, treating mortality as a fact rather than a tragedy. Medieval old age brings this perspective. If you live long enough, death becomes a familiar companion rather than a terrifying stranger. You listen, asking occasional questions, learning things about the manor's history that no written record captures. These oral histories are how medieval communities remember themselves, stories passed from person to person, each telling adding and subtracting details until the truth becomes less important than the meaning. The old man's memories aren't historically accurate probably, but they're true in a deeper sense. They capture the feeling of those past celebrations, the texture of life lived within this community, and the continuity that connects past to present. More people join your fireside gathering, drawn by the warmth and the conversation. Someone contributes their own memories, and someone else tells a story they heard from their grandmother, and gradually the solitary reflection transforms into communal remembering. This is how medieval people process experience. not through individual introspection, though that happens, but through shared storytelling that creates collective understanding. The afternoon slides toward evening with that winter rapidity that still surprises you, even though you've experienced it every year of your life. The fire needs constant feeding, and you take your turn adding logs, maintaining the warmth that makes the great hall habitable. The Yule log continues its slow burn, smaller now than when it was lit on Christmas Eve, but still substantial, still serving its purpose of carrying fire through the darkest season. Someone suggests mulled wine, and a servant is dispatched to heat some with spices. The drink arrives in wooden cups that warm your hands while the wine warms your insides, creating a double comfort that makes the winter evening feel less threatening. Medieval people are experts at these small comforts, at creating warmth and light and fellowship to combat the cold and dark that surrounds them. The storytelling continues, ranging from personal memories to folk tales to outright fabrications that everyone recognises as such but enjoys anyway. A story about a knight and a dragon. A story about a clever peasant who outwitted a demon. A story about ancient kings and their great deeds that probably never happened, but that capture something true about human ambition and folly. Medieval people don't distinguish sharply between history and legend, between fact and story. They're all ways of understanding the world, all valid in their own terms. You contribute your own story, something that happened to you years ago that's become smoothed by repeated telling, into something almost mythic. The facts have been simplified, the timeline compressed, and the ending made more satisfying than the messy reality probably was. But the story works, drawing laughter and response from your audience, creating connection through shared narrative. The evening meal arrives, more food, always more food, but tonight it feels less like gorging and more like fuel for the storytelling. You eat without paying much attention, focused on the conversation, on the faces around you lit by firelight, and on the sense of being exactly where you belong. As night deepens, the gathering settles into comfortable companionship. The stories slow and eventually stop, replaced by the contented silence of people who've said what needed saying and are now content to simply exist together. The fire crackles, someone shifts position, and a dog sighs in sleep. Small sounds that emphasize rather than break the quiet. You let your mind drift again, this time forward rather than backward. What will next Christmas bring? Will everyone currently present be here to celebrate it? Will new people join the gathering while others depart through death or distance? The future is unknowable, which medieval people accept with a faith that later ages will find either admirable or fatalistic depending on their perspective. But that's a future concern. Tonight, surrounded by community and warmth, with stories told and heard, you're content with the present moment. This is what the Christmas season offers, not just feasting and entertainment, but these quieter moments of connection and reflection, of understanding your place within the larger patterns of community and time. The fire burns on, eternal in the moment even though you know it will eventually consume its fuel and die. But there will be more wood tomorrow, more fires to warm future nights, and more Christmases to celebrate in years to come. The patterns repeat, the cycles turn, and you're part of something that extends beyond your individual life into past and future alike. It's a comforting thought, this sense of continuity. You're not alone, not really. You're connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after, all of you celebrating the same season, marking the same turning of the year, finding meaning in similar rituals of light and warmth and fellowship. Sleep comes easily tonight. Your mind settled by reflection and connection, your body warm from fire and wine, your spirit content with its place in the world. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, but for now this moment of peace by the fire is enough, more than enough, everything really, everything. The final days of the Christmas season arrive with a feeling that's simultaneously melancholy and relieved. The celebration has been glorious, the fellowship genuine, and the feasting abundant. But even the best parties must eventually end. A medieval stamina has its limits. You wake on what you determine must be somewhere around the 10th or 11th day of Christmas, your body informing you with some emphasis that it would appreciate a return to normal eating patterns and regular sleep schedules. The manor house shows signs of the continuous celebration. The Great Hall, despite daily cleanings, has accumulated the patina of 12 days of use. The rushes on the floor need replacing. The tables are showing permanent stains from spilled wine and dropped food. Even the decorations, the holly and ivy that seem so fresh on Christmas Eve, are looking tired. Their leaves drooping, their branches drying out. But there's still Epiphany ahead, the 12th night, when the Christmas season officially concludes with one final celebration, honouring the arrival of the three kings at Christ's manger. This last feast will mark the transition back to ordinary time, to the regular patterns of work and obligation that structure medieval life outside the holy seasons. You spend the morning helping with preparations, partly from obligation, and partly from the recognition that keeping busy makes time pass more pleasantly. The kitchen is preparing yet another feast, though the cook's enthusiasm seems somewhat diminished by 2 weeks of continuous cooking. You help where you can, chopping vegetables with less precision than the task probably requires, stirring pots, and trying to stay out of the way when actual competent cooks need space to work. The final feast's menu represents a greatest hits collection from the past 12 days. Dishes that were particularly successful reappear, while experiments that didn't work so well are quietly omitted. The boar makes a final appearance, or at least parts of it do, transformed into a pie that combines the remaining meat with so many spices that its original identity is more theoretical than actual. More peacock, because apparently the first peacock wasn't displaying enough. Fish dishes that honour religious tradition while secretly making everyone wish for just a little more meat. The subtlety for tonight's feast is reportedly even more elaborate than previous offerings, though the kitchen is keeping it hidden until the proper moment of revelation. You've caught glimpses, something involving castles and possibly dragons, all made from marchpane and sugarwork that represents someone's heroic effort. But the full effect is being saved for maximum impact. The afternoon brings a reflective quality, a sense of ending that makes you notice details you've been taking for granted. The way firelight plays on the Great Hall's walls, the sound of familiar voices in conversation, the smell of wood smoke and food, and the accumulated scent of 2 weeks of celebration. These sensory experiences have surrounded you constantly, but now, knowing they're about to end, they suddenly seem precious and worth fixing in memory. Some guests begin departing, needing to return to their own manners and obligations before Epiphany. The farewells are genuine, and promises to visit in the new year are exchanged, with the understanding that such visits may or may not actually happen depending on weather, work, and the 100 other factors that govern medieval life. You participate in the goodbyes, feeling that peculiar medieval blend of formality and warmth that characterises relationships between people who are neither family nor strangers but something in between. As evening approaches, the household gathers for the final feast, with an energy that's different from previous nights. There's still enthusiasm, but it's tempered by fatigue and the knowledge that this is the last such gathering for many months. The next major celebration will be Easter, and that feels impossibly distant from this December evening. The meal begins with the usual ceremony, but proceeds with slightly less gusto than earlier feasts. People are eating because it's expected more than because they're actually hungry, after 12 days of continuous feasting. You work your way through a plate of food that would have excited you immensely 2 weeks ago, but now seems somewhat redundant. How many different ways can one prepare roasted meat? Apparently quite a few, but at this point they're all starting to taste similar regardless of spices and sauces. The subtleties revealed draws appropriate gasps of admiration. It's a marchpane castle even more elaborate than previous attempts, complete with tiny sugar knights, and what appears to be a dragon made from spun sugar that's coloured red with some kind of dye. The artistic achievement is remarkable, and everyone acknowledges it appropriately before the structure is dismantled and consumed. Medieval art is meant to be temporary, beauty created for the moment rather than preserved for posterity. Entertainment for the final night includes the best performances from the past 12 days. The minstrel plays his favourite songs, the storyteller recounts his most successful tale, the juggler performs his most impressive routine, adding even more knives to his rotation, until it seems impossible that he won't accidentally stab someone. Medieval audiences appreciate technical skill, and tonight's performances represent mastery earned through years of practice. There's dancing again, but gentler this time, as if everyone's collectively acknowledged that aggressive celebration would be more than tired bodies can manage. The carols are sung with real feeling, these familiar songs taking on extra meaning as they mark the end of the season. You join the singing, your voice blending with dozens of others in harmonies that are more enthusiastic than perfect, but that create something beautiful nonetheless. As midnight approaches, the gathering takes on a more solemn tone. Epiphany celebrates the arrival of the Magi, those wise men from the east who followed a star to find the Christ child. In medieval thinking, they represent the inclusion of Gentiles in Christianity's promise, the expansion of salvation beyond its Jewish origins to encompass the entire world. It's heady theological stuff, but mostly you think about the journey those men made, travelling vast distances following what they believed was divine guidance, arriving to offer gifts to a baby born in poverty. The story resonates in ways that transcend its religious meaning. The idea of a journey, of following something you believe in even when the path is unclear, of offering what you have to something greater than yourself, these are universal human experiences that medieval people understand viscerally. Your own life has been a journey of sorts, with paths taken and not taken, decisions made with imperfect information, and faith that things will work out combined with effort to make them do so. A blessing is pronounced over the gathering, the priest speaking words that commend everyone to God's care in the coming year. The prayer is in Latin naturally, but the sentiment comes through clearly enough. May you be safe. May you prosper. May you live to celebrate together again next Christmas. Simple wishes that carry weight because medieval life makes none of them guaranteed. The gathering begins to disperse. People seeking their beds with the satisfaction of celebration completed. The great hall will be thoroughly cleaned tomorrow, the decorations removed, and the normal routine resumed. But tonight, for these final hours, the Christmas season still holds, protecting you within its bubble of sanctioned celebration before releasing you back to the regular patterns of medieval existence. You find yourself, as you have on previous nights, near the fire, watching the flames with thoughts that are too scattered to form coherent patterns. The Yule log has burned down to almost nothing, soon to be extinguished, its remains saved to light next year's log in continuation of tradition. The fire's warmth still surrounds you, but you can sense the cold beyond it, winter still holding the world in its grip despite Christmas's temporary defiance. You're sitting outside a cave entrance in what will one day be called France, but that name won't exist for another 30,000 years. The year is approximately 35,000 BCE, and you've just finished a meal of roasted ibex. The fire crackles beside you, sending occasional sparks upward into the darkness, and as your eyes follow those brief orange embers, they continue travelling until they meet something far more permanent. Stars. Not just a handful of stars, but thousands upon thousands of them, spread across the sky in a brilliance that would make any modern city dweller weep with disbelief. There's no light pollution here, no glow of distant towns or passing cars. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a river of cream poured across black stone, so bright you could almost read by it if reading were something you knew how to do. But you don't need reading. Your mind is already doing something far more fundamental. It's finding patterns. This isn't a conscious decision. Your brain, like every human brain that will follow yours through the millennia, is a pattern recognition machine. It's what keeps you alive. That rustle in the grass might be wind, or it might be a cave lion. That particular arrangement of broken branches might mean another human passed this way, or it might mean nothing at all. Your survival depends on sorting signal from noise, and you've gotten remarkably good at it. So when you look at the stars, your brain does what it does best. It connects dots. That cluster over there looks somewhat like the ibex you hunted earlier. See how those stars form the curve of horns? And that group to the east resembles the bear you saw last spring, though you'd never get close enough to one to confirm the details. You don't have names for these patterns yet, at least not names that will survive, but you recognize them. Night after night they're there, in the same positions relative to each other. This is remarkable, actually. Almost everything else in your world changes. The seasons shift. Animals migrate. Rivers flood and recede. Trees grow and fall. Even the moon transforms its face across each month, swelling from a sliver to a bright circle and back again. But these stars, these particular arrangements, they are constant. Or mostly constant anyway. You've noticed they do move across the sky each night, wheeling from east to west, but they maintain their relationships to each other. The ibex stars stay ibex-shaped. The bear stars remain bear-like. You don't know it yet, but you've just made one of the most important discoveries in human history. You've found something reliable in an unreliable world. Over the following nights and months you notice more. Those same star patterns appear in the east each evening and travel westward, eventually disappearing below the western horizon. If you stay awake long enough, and sometimes you do, whether by choice or because something has spooked the group and everyone's remaining alert, you see new patterns rise in the east to replace them. It's like watching a very slow parade, except this parade repeats itself with extraordinary precision. You begin to anticipate. You know that when certain stars appear just above the eastern horizon at dusk, the weather will soon turn colder. You've seen this correlation enough times that it's no longer a coincidence. When other stars dominate the night sky, the herds will be moving through the valley, and hunting will be good. This knowledge gets shared. Around fires, under those same stars, you and others discuss these observations. The sharing isn't formal education as future civilizations will understand it. There are no schools, no books, and no formal teachers, but knowledge passes anyway, through conversation and demonstration, through the simple act of pointing upward and helping others see what you see. A young member of your group, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, sits beside you one night. You point out the patterns you know, tracing invisible lines between stars with your finger. The child's eyes follow your hand, and you can see the moment of recognition, that same spark of understanding that lit your own mind years ago. The patterns aren't random, they mean something, they can be learned. Neither of you realizes it, but you're creating something that will outlast both your lives, both your descendants, and both your entire lineages stretching forward 10,000 years. You're creating tradition. You're building the foundation of astronomy. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your newfound attention. They've been there for billions of years before you, and they'll remain for billions more after you're gone. But in this moment, in the simple act of watching and wondering, you've joined a project that your species will continue for as long as it exists. You've started asking the question that will echo through every civilization that follows. What are those lights, and what do they mean? It's approximately 15,000 BCE now, and you're standing in what will eventually be known as Germany, watching the moon rise over a landscape of ice and scattered pine. The glaciers have been retreating for generations, but winter still brings a cold that can kill the unwary. You've survived 23 of these winters, which makes you remarkably old by the standards of your time, and you've learned something that younger people often miss. The sky keeps time. Not just any time, the perfect time. You discovered this gradually, the way most important things are discovered. One year, you noticed that the moon went through exactly 12 complete cycles, from new to full and back to new again before the seasons completed their circuit. Well, almost 12. It was actually a bit more than 12, but close enough that you could use it as a rough calendar. When the moon had cycled through its phases 12 times, you could expect the warm season to arrive soon. When it cycled through another 12, the cold would return. This was useful, but the moon alone wasn't quite reliable enough. Some years, counting 12 moons brought you to the season change right on schedule. Other years, you'd be off by several weeks. It was frustrating, like trying to catch fish with a net that had inconsistent holes. But then you paid attention to the stars, specifically to which stars were visible just before dawn. You noticed that certain stars would appear on the eastern horizon just before the sun rose, and this appearance correlated even better with the seasons than the moon did. When you could see a particular bright star rising just before daybreak, you knew with certainty that the herds would arrive within days. When another star made its first pre-dawn appearance, you could prepare for the cold. You didn't know the physics behind this. You didn't know that Earth orbits the Sun, or that the stars' apparent positions shift gradually throughout the year because of this orbital motion. You didn't need to know the mechanism. You just needed to know it worked, and it did, with a reliability that bordered on the miraculous. Other patterns emerged as you watched. The moon's position against the background stars changed nightly, moving eastward through the same star patterns that the sun seemed to travel through during the year. The moon completed its journey through these patterns in about 29 days, one complete cycle from new moon to new moon. This realization helped you understand why the 12 lunar months didn't quite match up with the seasonal year. The moon and the sun were travelling along the same path through the stars, but at different speeds. You began marking these observations. On bones and antlers, you carved notches, not random decorations, but deliberate counts. 29 notches for a lunar month, 12 sets of these for a year, with additional marks to track the discrepancy. These weren't idle doodlings passed around a fire. They were data. They were records. They were humanity's first spreadsheets, carved into whatever material was hard enough to last. The precision of these records is startling. Modern archaeologists examining Ice Age artifacts have found counting systems that tracked lunar phases with remarkable accuracy. You weren't primitive in your thinking. You were sophisticated observers using the tools available to you. The fact that you lacked telescopes or mathematical notation didn't make you less intelligent. It made you more impressive, actually, because you figured out so much with so little. This timekeeping had immediate practical value. Knowing when seasons would change meant knowing when to move camp, when to hunt specific animals, and when to gather particular plants. A group that could predict these changes had significant advantages over a group that reacted to them as they occurred. You could prepare, you could plan, you could survive when others might not. But something else was happening too, something harder to quantify. By tracking time, you were developing a new relationship with the future. Instead of living entirely in the present moment, reacting to whatever each day brought, you were beginning to anticipate. You were building mental models of how the world worked, models that extended beyond immediate sensory experience. You were, in a real sense, beginning to think abstractly. The night sky became your most reliable reference. The ground beneath your feet changed with floods and fires and the slow grinding of glaciers. The plants and animals around you migrated and evolved. Even the climate shifted across generations. But those stars, those patterns in the sky, remained constant enough to build your life around. They were the one fixed reference in a fluid world. You didn't worship the stars exactly, though that would come later for other cultures. Your relationship with them was more practical than spiritual at this point. They were tools. They were the most accurate calendar you had, the most reliable clock, and the best map for predicting the future. They were quite literally your guide to survival. As you stand there watching the moon rise, you feel a satisfaction that transcends mere utility. There's something deeply pleasing about understanding how the sky works, about being able to predict what will appear where and when. You've turned mystery into knowledge and chaos into pattern. You've looked at the universe and found it comprehensible. The stars continue their ancient dance, and you continue your watch, adding another night's observations to a lifetime of accumulated knowledge. You don't know that people will still be doing this same thing 15,000 years from now, using tools you can't imagine to ask questions you'd never think to pose. But you'd probably appreciate the continuity. You've started something after all. You've begun the long project of mapping the heavens, and that project has barely begun. You're standing on a ziggurat in ancient Babylon, and the year is approximately 1700 BCE. The structure beneath your feet rises in massive tiers above the Euphrates River valley, each level smaller than the one below, creating a stepped pyramid that serves as both temple and observatory. The air's warm, it's almost always warm here, and the sounds of the city have faded with the sunset. Now there's just you, the night, and your duty. You are a priest astronomer, which in this civilization means you're one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Kings consult you before making important decisions. Farmers depend on your calculations to know when to plant. The entire empire runs according to calendars you and your colleagues maintain. This isn't symbolic power. This is real authority derived from real knowledge, and that knowledge comes from the sky. Your people have been watching the heavens systematically for centuries, keeping records that span generations. These aren't casual observations noted when someone happens to remember. This is rigorous, continuous monitoring, with each night sky carefully recorded on clay tablets that fill entire libraries. You've inherited these records, and you add to them nightly, continuing a scientific tradition that will outlast your civilization itself. Tonight, you're tracking Venus. The evening star, you call it, though you've noticed it also appears as the morning star at different times of year. What you don't yet realise is that these are the same object, a planet closer to the Sun than Earth, though the concept of planets as worlds rather than wandering stars is still centuries away. What you do know is that Venus follows a complex pattern through the sky, appearing and disappearing with a regularity you've learned to predict. This predictability is everything in a world where so much is uncertain, where crops might fail, where diseases strike without warning, where enemies could attack at any time. The sky offers constancy. The fact that you can predict celestial events gives you a kind of power over chaos itself. When you announce that Venus will disappear from the evening sky in 5 days and reappear as the morning star in 83 days, and then it happens exactly as you've said, you're demonstrating mastery over the cosmos itself. Or at least that's how it appears to those who don't understand your methods. But you understand your methods, and they're not magic, they're mathematics. Your civilization has developed sophisticated arithmetic, including a base 60 counting system that will eventually give the world 60-second minutes and 60-minute hours. You use this mathematics to track celestial cycles, calculating the relationships between different astronomical periods with impressive precision. The moon has been especially well studied. Your predecessors discovered the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 18 years and 11 days, after which eclipses repeat in almost identical patterns. This means that if you record every eclipse for 18 years, you can predict eclipses for the next 18 years and the 18 after that. It's not perfect, small variations accumulate over time, but it's remarkably accurate, and it makes you appear almost prophetic to those who don't know the mathematics behind your predictions. You've also been tracking the 5 visible planets, though you don't call them that yet. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn wander among the fixed stars, each following its own complex path. Mercury never strays far from the Sun, appearing briefly after sunset or before sunrise. Venus makes its more dramatic appearances, becoming the brightest object in the sky besides the Sun and Moon. Mars occasionally seems to move backward, a phenomenon called retrograde motion that will puzzle astronomers for centuries. Jupiter and Saturn move more slowly, taking years to complete their journeys through the stars. These observations have practical applications. Your calendar, based on lunar months but adjusted to keep pace with the solar year, requires constant monitoring to remain accurate. You add extra months when necessary, a practice called intercalation, to prevent the calendar from drifting away from the seasons. This ensures that religious festivals occur at the appropriate times of year, that farmers plant at the optimal moment, and that the entire civilization stays synchronized with natural cycles. But there's more than practicality at work here. You've begun to see patterns within patterns, relationships between celestial events that suggest the universe operates according to comprehensible rules. When you calculate that Mars will appear in a certain position relative to certain stars on a certain date, and then it happens, you're not just predicting the future, you're glimpsing the underlying order of creation itself. Your culture has woven the sky into every aspect of life. The zodiac, those 12 patterns of stars through which the sun appears to travel during the year, has become a framework for understanding time and fate. Each month belongs to a different zodiac sign, and the position of planets within these signs is believed to influence earthly events. This is the beginning of astrology, which will later diverge from astronomy, but which, in your time, is inseparable from it. Both are attempts to find meaning in the sky, to understand how celestial patterns relate to terrestrial existence. You don't see a conflict between the spiritual and the mathematical. For you, calculating the precise moment of a lunar eclipse and believing that eclipse carries divine significance are complementary activities. The mathematics proves the divine order. The predictability of the heavens demonstrates that the universe is not chaotic, but rather follows laws established by the gods. Your calculations are, in a sense, a way of reading the gods' intentions. As the night deepens, you record your observations on a fresh clay tablet, pressing wedge-shaped marks into the soft surface with your reed stylus. Centuries from now, archaeologists will unearth tablets like this and marvel at their accuracy. They'll recognize genuine astronomical data recorded with scientific precision. They'll see that your civilization understood far more about celestial mechanics than history often credits you with knowing. But for now, you're simply doing your job. You're watching, recording, calculating, and slowly building a body of knowledge that will influence every civilization that follows. When Greek astronomers later develop their models of the cosmos, they'll build on Babylonian observations. When Islamic scholars preserve and expand astronomical knowledge during Europe's Dark Ages, they'll reference Babylonian mathematics. When modern astronomy finally emerges, it will carry forward traditions that began on ziggurats like the one beneath your feet. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, but you're seeing them differently now. You're measuring them, calculating their movements, and finding mathematical relationships in their patterns. You've transformed them from mysterious lights into data points in an increasingly sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. You've turned wonder into science, though you don't use that word yet. Above you the Milky Way glows, and somewhere within it, though you'll never know this, the light of your own sun is just one star among billions. But on this night, in this moment, you're doing the work that will eventually reveal even that humbling truth. You're watching, recording, and thinking, activities that will prove to be among humanity's most powerful tools for understanding the universe. You're standing on the deck of a Polynesian voyaging canoe, and the year is approximately 800 CE. The nearest land is 3 days behind you, and the nearest land ahead is perhaps 5 days away, though you won't know for certain until you see it. Around you the Pacific Ocean extends to every horizon, an expanse of water so vast that all the world's land could fit within it with room to spare, and you have no instruments, no compass, no sextant, and no GPS. You have something better. You have the stars, and you know how to read them. Your canoe is magnificent, 60 feet of a hull carved from breadfruit trees, with 2 hulls joined by a platform that provides stability in rough seas. The sail is woven from pandanus leaves, and it catches the trade winds that will carry you across hundreds of miles of open ocean. You're travelling with 30 other people, carrying plants and animals to establish on a new island, assuming you find it. This isn't exploration for exploration's sake. This is colonization, migration, the deliberate expansion of your people across a vast ocean. And you're navigating by methods that would seem impossible to many other cultures. You have no written charts. You've never written down any directions or drawn any maps. Everything you know about navigation, every technique, every star path, every wave pattern, exists in your memory and in the memories of the navigators who taught you. This knowledge was passed down orally, demonstrated at sea, and practiced until it became intuitive. What looks like magic to outsiders is actually a sophisticated science, based on careful observation of natural phenomena. The stars are your primary tools. Before departing, you memorize star paths, specific stars that rise and set at consistent points on the horizon, creating paths across the sky that correspond to directions across the ocean. When you want to sail toward your destination island, you identify the appropriate star path and keep your canoe aligned with it. As each star rises in the east, travels across the sky, and sets in the west, you use it to maintain your course. When one star becomes too high to use effectively, you switch to the next star in the sequence. This continues all night, every night, for as many nights as the journey requires. During the day you have the sun, which rises and sets at predictable points depending on the season. You also have the swells, long-period waves generated by distant storms that travel across the ocean in consistent directions. You can feel these swells through the hull and sense their direction even when surface waves obscure them. By combining sun position with swell direction, you maintain your course during daylight hours, but the stars provide the most reliable guidance. You know dozens of stars by name, understand their rising and setting points, and can estimate your latitude by observing which stars pass directly overhead. The North Star, Polaris, is too far north to be useful in most of the Pacific, but other stars serve similar functions. The Southern Cross points south. Arcturus, which you call Hokulea, passes nearly overhead at Hawaii's latitude. When Hokulea is directly above you, you know you're at the correct latitude to find those islands. You've also memorized reference islands, small atolls and islands that lie between your starting point and destination. Even if you don't plan to stop at these references, knowing their positions helps you navigate. If you spot one of them, you can adjust your course accordingly. If you don't spot one you expected to see, you know you've drifted and can calculate the correction needed. The sophistication of this system is staggering. You're essentially maintaining dead reckoning across hundreds or thousands of miles of featureless ocean, updating your position constantly based on every available cue. You watch for clouds that form over distant islands, invisible below the horizon but revealed by the clouds they generate. You observe seabirds and know which species fly far from land and which stay close to shore. You note the colour of the water, the type of floating debris, and the temperature changes that indicate different currents. On clear nights, the navigation is almost relaxing. The stars are bright and obvious. The moon provides additional light and you can see the horizon clearly. But tonight clouds obscure much of the sky. This would panic a less experienced navigator, but you've sailed through worse conditions. You find gaps in the clouds, catch glimpses of familiar stars, and use those brief views to maintain your course. When stars aren't visible at all, you rely on the swells, on the wind's direction, and on subtle signs that others might miss entirely. Your people have been making journeys like this for over 1,000 years. spreading across the Pacific in waves of migration that populated islands from Hawaii to New Zealand to Easter Island. This represents one of humanity's greatest navigational achievements, settling thousands of islands scattered across the world's largest ocean, using nothing but observation, memory, and skill. Cultures with metal tools and written languages couldn't match what your people accomplished with wooden canoes and oral knowledge. The key was the stars' reliability. On an ocean without landmarks, where currents can push you off course and winds can shift unpredictably, the stars remained constant. They appeared in the same positions, followed the same paths, and maintained their same relationships to each other. This celestial constancy provided the reference frame you needed to navigate terrestrial uncertainty. Your navigation is astronomy in its most practical form. You don't care about the physical nature of stars. Whether they're distant suns or lights on a celestial sphere makes no difference to your work. What matters is their positions, their movements, and their usefulness as guides. You've developed an applied science of astronomy focused entirely on what works rather than why it works. Your theories about the cosmos might strike later astronomers as primitive, but your practical knowledge of celestial navigation is extraordinarily sophisticated. As dawn approaches, you spot something on the horizon, a cloud with a greenish tint at its base, reflecting vegetation on an island below. It's the reference atoll you expected to see, right where it should be. Your navigation has been accurate. You adjust your course slightly, compensating for the current that pushed you marginally east during the night, and continue toward your destination. Around you, people are waking, preparing food and tending to the plants and animals you're transporting. Children play on the platform between the hulls, too young to understand the precision required to find a tiny island in an enormous ocean. They'll learn, though. Some of them will become navigators themselves, memorizing the same star paths you know, learning to read the same subtle signs, and continuing traditions that stretch back through more generations than anyone can count. The sun rises, and the stars fade. Your nighttime navigation tools disappear, but you've already noted your position and set your daytime course. In a few days, if your calculations remain accurate, you'll sight your destination. A new island to settle, a new home for your people, found by following lights in the sky across an ocean that covers nearly a third of the planet. The stars didn't care about your journey. They would have shone just as brightly whether you were there to see them or not. But by learning to read them, by understanding their movements with enough precision to stake your life on that understanding, you've transformed them from merely beautiful lights into the most reliable tools humanity has ever found for exploring the world. You've proven that careful observation and rigorous mental training can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. You've shown that the sky is more than something to wonder at. It's something to use, to rely on, and to trust with your survival. And in doing so, you've continued the project begun by those Ice Age observers. The long, patient work of understanding what those lights are and what they can tell us about the world we inhabit. You're standing in the Library of Alexandria, and the year is approximately 200 BCE. The room around you contains hundreds of thousands of scrolls, the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world gathered from every culture the Hellenistic Empire has touched. But right now, you're not interested in poetry or philosophy. You're focused on a particular scroll that contains astronomical observations from Babylon, and you're trying to reconcile those observations with a new geometric model of the cosmos. You are, in the terminology of your time, a mathematician and natural philosopher, though later ages will call you an astronomer. Your name might be remembered. Perhaps you're Aristarchus or Eratosthenes or Hipparchus. Or it might be forgotten, lost among the thousands of scholars who worked in Alexandria during its golden age. But whether or not your individual name survives, the work you're doing will change humanity's relationship with the sky forever. You're not just observing the heavens anymore, you're measuring them. This represents a fundamental shift in approach. Earlier civilizations watched the sky and recorded what they saw, identifying patterns and using those patterns for practical purposes. You're doing something different. You're asking quantitative questions and demanding numerical answers. Not just where does the sun appear to move, but how large is the sun? Not just do the stars move, but how far away are they? Your culture has advantages that earlier observers lacked. Greek mathematics has developed geometric tools powerful enough to model celestial mechanics. Your understanding of circles, angles, and ratios allows you to make calculations that would have been impossible for the Babylonians despite their sophisticated arithmetic. You also have access to centuries of Babylonian observations, giving you data spanning longer periods than any single lifetime could provide. Consider Eratosthenes' famous calculation of Earth's circumference, performed right here in Alexandria roughly 50 years ago. He noticed that at noon, on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in Syene, casting no shadow, while in Alexandria it cast a shadow corresponding to an angle of approximately 7 degrees. By measuring the distance between these cities and using basic geometry, he calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary. He'd measured the size of the entire planet using nothing but shadows, angles, and reasoning. You're attempting something similarly audacious, calculating the distance to the moon. You know that during a lunar eclipse, Earth's shadow falls on the moon, and by carefully measuring the shadow's size relative to the moon's diameter, you can determine the ratio of distances. The mathematics is tricky. You need precise observations of eclipses, careful measurements of angles, and sophisticated geometric reasoning, but it's doable, and when you finish you'll have a number. The moon is approximately 60 Earth radii away. This is astonishing accuracy for observations made with naked eyes and simple measuring tools. You have no telescopes, no precision instruments, just calibrated sticks and circles divided into degrees. Yet you're determining cosmic distances, measuring the unmeasurable, pulling numbers from what had been pure mystery. Other scholars in Alexandria are tackling different questions. Aristarchus has proposed something radical. Perhaps Earth orbits the Sun rather than the reverse. His geometric arguments are compelling. If Earth circles the Sun, it explains certain observations about planetary motions more elegantly than the traditional model. But his idea faces resistance. If Earth moves, shouldn't we feel it? Shouldn't the stars shift position as Earth travels around its orbit? The lack of observable stellar parallax, the apparent shift in star positions caused by Earth's motion, seems to argue against a moving Earth. What Aristarchus doesn't know is that he's right, but the stars are far more distant than anyone imagines. The parallax exists, but it's too small to detect without telescopes. His correct theory will be largely forgotten, buried under the weight of common sense that insists the solid ground beneath our feet must be stationary. Truth sometimes loses to intuition, at least temporarily. You're also working on cataloguing stars with unprecedented precision. Your predecessor Hipparchus created a star catalogue that listed roughly 1,000 stars, noting their positions and relative brightnesses. You're expanding this work, adding more stars, refining the measurements, and developing a magnitude system to classify brightness. This might seem like mere bookkeeping, but it's crucial. To understand how the heavens change, you first need to know their normal state. Only with precise catalogues can you detect phenomena like novae, new stars that appear where none existed before, or track subtle changes in planetary positions. The geometric models you're developing represent humanity's first serious attempts at explaining celestial mechanics. You describe the cosmos as a series of nested spheres, each carrying different celestial objects all rotating around Earth at the centre. It's wrong in most details, but the approach is sound. Create a mathematical model, test it against observations, and refine it when discrepancies appear. This is science, even if the specific conclusions will later be overturned. You're particularly interested in planetary motion. The 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, wander among the stars in ways that simple circular motion can't explain. Mars occasionally appears to stop, move backward, then resume its normal direction. How can this be if planets move on simple circles? Your solution involves epicycles, small circles whose centres travel along larger circles. A planet moves along its epicycle while the epicycle's centre moves along a larger circle around Earth. With the right combination of circles moving at the right speeds, you can match observed planetary motions quite well. The model is complicated, requiring multiple epicycles for some planets, but it works. It predicts where planets will appear in the sky months or years in advance. This model will dominate astronomy for over 1,000 years, not because people are stubborn or ignorant, but because it's genuinely useful. It predicts celestial phenomena accurately enough for navigation, calendar making, and other practical purposes. The fact that it's based on incorrect assumptions about Earth centrality doesn't matter for prediction. A wrong model that works is more useful than no model at all. But something else is happening in your work that transcends any specific model or measurement. You're establishing the principle that the universe operates according to mathematical laws discoverable through reason and observation. The heavens aren't merely mysterious or divine, they're comprehensible. They follow rules. Those rules can be written down, calculated, and predicted. This idea, more than any particular discovery, is your culture's greatest contribution to astronomy. As evening falls and you finally leave the library, you walk out into the Mediterranean night. The stars are emerging, the same stars that Ice Age hunters watched, that Babylonian priests tracked, and that Polynesian navigators followed. But you see them differently now. You don't just observe them, you measure them. You don't merely note their patterns, you create mathematical models to explain those patterns. You've transformed them from objects of wonder into objects of study. The transformation isn't complete, of course. Many of your measurements are rough, many of your models are wrong, and many questions remain unanswerable with your current tools. But you've established something crucial. The project of understanding the cosmos through mathematics and systematic observation. You've shown that human reason can grapple with celestial phenomena, that the apparently unreachable can be measured, and that mysteries can become mathematics. Somewhere in your calculations and models, buried in geometric diagrams and numerical tables, lie the seeds of revelations that won't flower for centuries. Your work on stellar positions will eventually prove Earth moves. Your geometric techniques will help demonstrate the vast scale of the cosmos. Your insistence that observation must match theory will become the foundation of the scientific method. But tonight, you're simply satisfied to have added a few more measurements to humanity's growing understanding of the heavens. The stars shine on, indifferent to your calculations, but you've measured their positions with unprecedented precision. You've turned skyward mystery into earthly mathematics. You've continued the long journey from wonder to understanding, and that journey is far from over. You're on a rooftop in Padua, Italy, and the year is 1609. In your hands you hold an instrument that will change human understanding of the cosmos more profoundly than anything since the invention of mathematics itself. It's a tube roughly 3 feet long, fitted with carefully ground lenses at each end, capable of magnifying distant objects approximately 20 times. You call it a telescope, from Greek roots meaning far-seeing, and tonight you're about to turn it toward the sky for perhaps the 100th time, each session revealing something new that contradicts centuries of accepted truth. The device itself is barely a year old, at least in its current form. Dutch spectacle makers discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects, and when you heard about this, you immediately recognized its potential. You've spent months grinding lenses, testing configurations, and improving the design until you achieved magnifications far beyond what the Dutch achieved. Where they saw a novelty, you saw a revolution. Your colleagues at the University of Padua were initially sceptical. Some refused to even look through the device, insisting that anything seen through glass lenses must be an artifact or illusion rather than reality. Others looked but dismissed what they saw, unable to reconcile observations with their understanding of how the cosmos should work. But you've persisted, and your observations have become increasingly difficult to dismiss. Tonight, you're focusing on Jupiter. You've been watching this planet for weeks now, and what you've discovered is staggering. Jupiter has moons, at least 4 of them, visible as tiny points of light arranged in a line extending from the planet's bright disk. Night by night, you've watched these moons change position, orbiting Jupiter exactly as the moon orbits Earth. This is revolutionary because it proves that not everything in the heavens orbits Earth. Here is a celestial body with its own satellites, a miniature planetary system that demolishes the Earth-centered cosmos accepted since ancient times. You've been keeping detailed records, sketching Jupiter's moons in different positions each night, and calculating their orbital periods. The innermost moon completes its orbit in roughly 42 hours. The outermost takes about 16 days. The precision of their movements is beautiful. They're following the same mathematical laws that govern the moon's orbit around Earth, suggesting universal principles rather than special cases. But Jupiter's moons aren't your only discovery. The moon, Earth's moon, has been equally revelatory. Through your telescope, the smooth, perfect sphere described by ancient philosophers transforms into a rough, mountainous world. You see craters, valleys, and towering peaks that cast long shadows across lunar plains. You've even measured the height of some mountains by calculating shadow lengths, finding peaks that rival Earth's highest summits. The moon isn't a perfect celestial object made of quintessence, as Aristotle claimed. It's a world as physical and irregular as Earth itself. Venus has provided more evidence against Earth-centered models. Through your telescope, you've observed that Venus goes through phases like the moon, sometimes appearing as a crescent, sometimes as a gibbous shape, and sometimes nearly full. This only makes sense if Venus orbits the Sun, passing between us and the Sun when it appears as a crescent and moving beyond the Sun when it appears full. In an Earth-centered system where Venus orbits between Earth and the Sun, it should only ever appear as a crescent. The phases of Venus are direct evidence for a Sun-centered solar system. You've also been observing the Sun itself using projection methods to avoid damaging your eyes. The Sun, supposedly the most perfect celestial object, is marked with spots, dark blemishes that appear, change shape, and disappear over days or weeks. By tracking these spots, you've determined that the Sun rotates, completing one revolution approximately every 27 days. This rotation, combined with the imperfect nature of sunspots, further demolishes the idea of celestial perfection. The Milky Way has revealed its secret. To the naked eye, it appears as a hazy band of light across the sky. Through your telescope, it resolves into thousands upon thousands of individual stars, too distant and numerous to see separately without magnification. This suggests the universe contains far more stars than anyone imagined. Not the few thousand visible to the naked eye, but potentially millions or billions, extending far beyond what earlier astronomers thought possible. Each of these observations contradicts established doctrine. The Church's cosmology, based on Aristotle and Ptolemy, places Earth at the centre of a small, ordered universe with perfect celestial bodies moving on perfect circles. Your observations suggest a vastly larger universe with imperfect celestial bodies where Earth is not central. You're not trying to challenge religious authority, you're simply reporting what you see. but the implications are impossible to ignore. The resistance you face isn't entirely unreasonable. Your telescope is new technology, and its reliability isn't yet proven. How can anyone be certain that what appears in the telescope truly represents reality, rather than optical illusions created by lenses? Your response is pragmatic. The telescope accurately shows distant terrestrial objects, ships that are below the horizon, and buildings in distant cities. If it works reliably for earthly observations, why should celestial observations be different? You're also making your findings public, publishing your observations in language accessible to educated readers, not just in Latin for scholars. Your book, Sideris Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, spreads your discoveries across Europe within months. Other observers with telescopes confirm your findings. Jupiter's moons can be seen by anyone with adequate magnification. The phases of Venus are independently verified, and the moon's mountains are photographed with increasing detail as telescope. Technology improves. The cumulative weight of these observations forces a revolution in thought. The cosmos is not small, ordered, and geocentric. It's vast, perhaps infinite, with Earth as just one planet among several orbiting an ordinary star. This insight is simultaneously humbling and exhilarating. Humanity has been demoted from the center of creation, but in exchange we've discovered a far grander universe than anyone imagined. As you pack up your telescope for the night, you reflect on how one simple device, a tube with lenses, has demolished millennia of accepted truth. The ancient Greeks would have given anything for this technology. They had the mathematical sophistication to understand what you're seeing, but they lacked the tools to see it. The observations that would have resolved their debates about Earth's motion were always there in the sky, invisible only because human eyes couldn't detect them without help. This raises a humbling question. What else is in the sky that you can't see even with your telescope? Your instrument magnifies 20 times, which is impressive, but surely this isn't the limit of what's possible. Future observers with better telescopes will undoubtedly see things you're missing. How much larger is the universe than what you can see? How many more discoveries await merely better technology? You don't know it yet, but your telescope represents the first of many technological leaps that will progressively reveal the cosmos's true nature. Better lenses, then reflecting telescopes, then photography, then spectroscopy, then radio astronomy, then space-based telescopes free from atmospheric distortion. Each advancement will reveal new phenomena, answer old questions, and raise new mysteries. Your 17-inch telescope is primitive compared to what's coming, but it's sophisticated enough to begin the revolution. The stars shine overhead, now known to be distant suns rather than lights on a celestial sphere. The planets, visible as bright points to the naked eye, are revealed through your telescope as worlds. Jupiter with its cloud bands and moons, Saturn with its mysterious elongated shape. You can't quite resolve the rings with your current telescope, but you know something odd extends from the planet's sides, and Mars with hints of surface features. You've lived through one of history's great turning points. The moment when humanity first saw the cosmos as it truly is, rather than as we imagined it must be. The implications will take generations to fully understand, but the basic fact is clear. We are far smaller, and the universe far larger, than anyone dreamed. And that's wonderful, because it means there's so much more to discover, so many more mysteries waiting in the dark between the stars. You're working in a Cambridge office, and the year is approximately 1726. Papers cover your desk, calculations, diagrams, and observations from astronomers across Europe. You're attempting something that many colleagues consider impossible. You're trying to calculate the distance to a comet using nothing but geometric principles and observations from multiple locations. If you succeed, You'll prove that comets are distant celestial objects rather than atmospheric phenomena, and you'll demonstrate that mathematics can measure even the seemingly unmeasurable. Your name is Edmund Halley, and you've dedicated much of your career to understanding celestial mechanics. You've been fascinated by comets, those mysterious objects that appear unpredictably, blaze across the sky for weeks or months, then vanish. Aristotle believed they were atmospheric disturbances, weather phenomena rather than celestial objects. This view persisted for centuries, but you're convinced Aristotle was wrong. The evidence is in the geometry. You have observations of comets from different locations on Earth, measured carefully by skilled astronomers. If comets were atmospheric phenomena relatively close to Earth, observers at different locations should see them at noticeably different positions against the background stars. This is parallax, the same principle that makes nearby objects appear to shift when you close one eye and open the other. But cometary parallax, when measurable at all, is tiny, suggesting these objects are extremely distant. Moreover, you've been studying historical records of comet sightings, comparing their paths across the sky, their appearance, and their behaviour, and you've noticed something remarkable. Comets that appeared in 1531, 1607, and 1682 followed nearly identical paths. They appeared in similar regions of the sky, moved in similar directions, and brightened and faded in similar patterns. What if these weren't three different comets, but the same comet, returning periodically? The mathematics support this hypothesis. Using Newton's laws of motion and gravitation, which your friend Isaac published 40 years ago, you can calculate orbital paths for objects moving through the solar system. When you apply these calculations to the 1682 comet, assuming it's in a highly elliptical orbit around the Sun, you get an orbital period of roughly 75 to 76 years. Count back 76 years from 1682, and you reach 1607. Count back another 76 years, and you reach 1531. The timing matches the historical sightings almost perfectly. This means you can make a prediction. If your hypothesis is correct, this comet should return around 1758 or 1759. You'll be long dead by then. You're already in your 70s. But the comet will either appear as predicted, confirming your calculations, or it won't, proving you wrong. Either way, the prediction is testable, which makes it scientific rather than mere speculation. What you're doing represents a new kind of astronomy. Earlier observers watched the sky and recorded what they saw. They identified patterns and made predictions based on those patterns, but their predictions were essentially extrapolations, assuming the future will resemble the past. You're doing something different. You're using physical laws, mathematical models, and theoretical understanding to predict phenomena that haven't been observed yet. You're not just recording the universe, you're calculating it. Newton's work made this possible. His laws of motion and universal gravitation provided for the first time a unified framework for understanding both celestial and terrestrial mechanics. The same force that pulls an apple downward pulls the moon toward Earth, and Earth toward the Sun. The same mathematical laws that describe projectile motion on Earth describe planetary orbits in the heavens. This unification is profound. It means the universe operates according to comprehensible universal principles rather than separate rules for different domains. You've applied these principles to various problems. You calculated the path of the 1682 comet, determining its orbital elements with unprecedented precision. You've worked on improving tables of planetary positions, incorporating perturbations, the subtle gravitational influences that planets exert on each other, causing small deviations from perfect elliptical orbits. You've studied the moon's motion, wrestling with the three-body problem, the mathematical challenge of precisely calculating how three gravitationally interacting objects move. The moon problem is particularly vexing. The moon's orbit is influenced not just by Earth, but also by the Sun, and the combined gravitational effects create orbital irregularities that are devilishly difficult to calculate. Newton himself struggled with lunar motion, and the problem won't be fully solved for another century. But you've made progress, improving predictions enough that navigators can use your lunar tables to determine longitude at sea, a practical application of celestial mechanics that saves lives and enables exploration. You've also been thinking about stellar distances. The stars are clearly far more distant than planets. They show no measurable parallax even from observations made 6 months apart, when Earth is on opposite sides of its orbit around the Sun. This means stellar distances must be enormous compared to solar system scales. But how enormous? Can these distances be measured at all? You suspect they can, eventually, though not with current instruments. If telescopes become powerful enough and measurements precise enough, stellar parallax should become detectable. The math is straightforward. Measure a star's position in summer, measure it again in winter when Earth has moved to the opposite side of its orbit, and calculate the distance based on the apparent shift. The challenge is that even the nearest stars are so distant that their parallax is measured in fractions of an arc-second. Angles so small they require instruments far more precise than what's currently available. But you're confident that future astronomers will make these measurements. Technology improves, telescopes become more powerful, measurement techniques become more refined. What's impossible today becomes routine tomorrow. The stars' distances will eventually be known, and when that happens, humanity will finally understand the true scale of the cosmos. As you review your calculations one more time, checking for errors, you consider how far astronomy has come in just a few generations. When you were born, telescopes were relatively new, the heliocentric model was still controversial, and the physical laws governing celestial motion were unknown. Now, less than a century later, you're calculating comet orbits, predicting future appearances, and treating the heavens as a domain subject to the same mathematical laws that govern earthly phenomena. The transformation isn't complete. Many mysteries remain. The nature of stars is unknown. Are they distant suns, and if so, how far away and how large? The structure of the Milky Way is unclear. Is it a flat disk, a sphere, or something else entirely? The possibility of other galaxies hasn't even been seriously considered. Most astronomers assume all visible stars belong to one unified system, but the methodology is now established. You observe, you measure, you calculate, you predict, and you test. When predictions fail, you refine your models. When new phenomena are discovered, you incorporate them into your framework. This is science, and it's proving extraordinarily powerful for understanding nature. Your comet prediction, in particular, feels like a gamble against mortality itself. You're wagering that mathematics and physics can project forward decades into the future, that the universe is lawful enough, and that your understanding is complete enough to make predictions across timescales longer than human lifetimes. If you're right, and the comet returns when predicted, it will be one of science's great triumphs, a demonstration that human reason can grasp cosmic patterns and use them to predict the unpredictable. You won't live to see it, but you're content with that. You've done the work, you've made the calculations. The comet will either confirm your hypothesis or it won't, but either outcome advances knowledge. And that ultimately is what drives you. Not personal glory or the satisfaction of being proven right, but the simple desire to understand how the universe works. The stars shine outside your window, distant and mysterious, but less mysterious than they were. Each generation peels back another layer of cosmic mystery, armed with better tools, better mathematics, and better understanding. Your generation has accomplished remarkable things, but you're certain future generations will accomplish more. The universe is vast, complex, and wonderful, and humanity has barely begun to explore it. You're standing outside the dome of the Mount Wilson Observatory in California, and the year is 1924. The sun set hours ago, and now the Milky Way stretches overhead in magnificent detail, visible despite the growing light pollution from Los Angeles in the valley below. Inside the dome behind you sits the Hooker telescope, 100 inches of reflecting mirror, the largest telescope in the world, capable of gathering more light and seeing fainter objects than any instrument in human history. And tonight, you've used it to make a discovery that will fundamentally change humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. Your name is Edwin Hubble, and you've been photographing spiral nebula. Those fuzzy, spiral-shaped objects scattered across the sky. Astronomers have debated their nature for years. Are they gas clouds within our own galaxy, or are they distant galaxies themselves, separate island universes beyond the Milky Way? The debate has been fierce with respected scientists on both sides, but you think you've finally settled it. You've been focusing on Andromeda, the largest and brightest of the spiral nebulae. Using the Hooker telescope's light-gathering power, you've been taking long-exposure photographs, images that accumulate light over hours, revealing details invisible to direct observation. And in these photographs you've identified individual stars within Andromeda, not just the bright blue-white stars that mark spiral arms, but specific types of variable stars called Cepheids. Cepheids are crucial because their brightness varies predictably, pulsing brighter and dimmer over periods ranging from days to months. More importantly, there's a direct relationship between a Cepheids period and its intrinsic brightness. Longer period Cepheids are inherently brighter than short period ones. This relationship was discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, working with Cepheids in the Magellanic Clouds, and it provides a method for measuring cosmic distances. Here's the beautiful logic. If you know a Cepheid's intrinsic brightness and can measure its apparent brightness, you can calculate its distance. It's like seeing a light bulb and determining how far away it is by how dim it appears. If you know it's a 100-watt bulb, you can tell whether it's 10 feet away or 100 feet away by its apparent brightness. The Cepheids you found in Andromeda have periods indicating they're extremely luminous stars, yet they appear very faint in your photographs. The only way to reconcile these facts is if Andromeda is extraordinarily distant, not thousands or tens of thousands of light years away, but nearly 1 million light years. This places it far beyond any reasonable estimate of the Milky Way's size. Andromeda isn't a gas cloud within our galaxy. It's a galaxy itself comparable in size to the Milky Way, containing hundreds of billions of stars. If Andromeda is a galaxy, then likely all spiral nebulae are galaxies. This means the universe contains not one galaxy, but countless millions of them, scattered through space at distances that dwarf the distances between stars within any single galaxy. The universe is vastly, almost incomprehensibly larger than anyone imagined. But you've made another discovery, even more startling. You've been measuring the spectra of galaxies, analysing the light they emit to determine which wavelengths are present. What you've found is that nearly every galaxy shows a redshift, meaning their light is shifted toward longer, redder wavelengths compared to what it should be. And the more distant the galaxy, the greater the redshift. This redshift has a clear interpretation. These galaxies are moving away from us. The shift in wavelength is a Doppler effect, the same phenomenon that makes a train whistle's pitch drop as it passes you. When a light source moves away, its light is stretched to longer wavelengths, redshifted. When it approaches, the light is compressed to shorter wavelengths, blue-shifted. Moreover, you've noticed a relationship. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's receding. Double the distance, and the recession velocity doubles as well. This relationship, what will become known as Hubble's law, has profound implications. If all distant galaxies are moving away from us, and their recession velocity increases with distance, the universe itself must be expanding. This is difficult to grasp. You're not saying galaxies are moving through space away from us as if we're at the centre of an explosion. You're saying space itself is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. It's like dots on an inflating balloon. As the balloon expands, all dots move away from each other, but no dot is at the centre of the expansion. Every observer in any galaxy would see all other galaxies receding, with more distant ones receding faster. This expansion suggests the universe has a history. If galaxies are currently moving apart, they must have been closer together in the past. Run the expansion backward, and you eventually reach a point where all matter was concentrated in an incredibly small, dense state. This is the beginning of what will later be called the Big Bang theory, the idea that the universe began in an extremely hot, dense state and has been expanding and cooling ever since. The implications cascade outward. If the universe is expanding and had a beginning, it has an age. You can estimate this age by calculating how long it would take galaxies to reach their current separations given their observed velocities. Your initial estimates suggest an age of a few billion years, which is troublingly young. Geologists already have evidence that Earth is older than that. But the principle is established. The universe isn't eternal and unchanging. It's dynamic and evolving with a definite history. As you stand beneath the stars, you realize you're witnessing something unprecedented in human history. Every previous generation believed the universe was static, unchanging in its large-scale structure. Oh, planets moved and comets appeared and stars occasionally exploded, but the overall universe, its size, its structure, its fundamental nature, was thought to be eternal. You've discovered this assumption is wrong. The universe is not static. It's expanding, cooling, and evolving. It had a beginning and will have a future different from its present state. This discovery comes from technology. The 100-inch telescope, photographic plates sensitive enough to capture faint light, and spectroscopes capable of analysing that light. None of this was available even 50 years ago. Your discovery was always waiting in the sky, visible in principle, but invisible in practice until instruments became sophisticated enough to detect it. How many more discoveries are out there, waiting for better technology? You think about the long chain of observations and insights that led to this moment. Ancient astronomers identifying celestial patterns, Babylonians calculating planetary positions, Greeks creating geometric models, telescopes revealing Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. Newton's laws enable orbital calculations. Photography allows long exposures that see deeper into space than eyes alone could. Spectroscopy reveals the physical properties of distant objects, each advance built on previous work, each generation seeing farther and understanding more deeply. And now you've pushed the frontier again. You've measured the universe and found it vaster than anyone thought. You've discovered that it's expanding, that it has a history, that it's not eternal. Future generations will push farther still, answering questions you haven't even thought to ask yet. Will they find the edge of the universe, or is it infinite? What happened in those first moments after the expansion began? Are there other universes beyond ours? You don't know, but you're confident they'll keep looking. The Hooker telescope dome closes for the night. Your photographic plates are secure, ready for detailed analysis tomorrow. The data is recorded, the measurements are made, and the conclusions are becoming inescapable. The universe is larger, stranger, and more wonderful than humanity ever imagined. And that, ultimately, is the most exciting thing you could possibly discover. Not that we understand everything, but there's so much more to explore. You're monitoring a radio telescope in northern England, and the year is 1965. The instrument you're using doesn't look like a traditional telescope. No dome, no eyepiece, just an array of horn-shaped antennas pointed at the sky, connected to sensitive radio receivers. You're not looking at the sky in visible light, but in radio waves. which pass through clouds and work during daytime, opening the heavens to observation 24 hours a day. Your name is irrelevant to this particular night, but the discovery you're about to confirm is not. You've been detecting a persistent background noise in your data, a faint radio signal that appears to come equally from all directions in the sky. At first, you thought it was instrumental error or perhaps radio interference from nearby cities, but extensive checks have ruled out these explanations. The signal is real, it's cosmic in origin, and it's uniform across the entire sky to within 1 part in 10,000. This uniform signal is extraordinary because it shouldn't exist. If it came from stars or galaxies, it would be stronger in some directions than others, concentrated in the Milky Way's plane, for instance, or showing bright spots where galaxies cluster. But this signal is almost perfectly isotropic, the same from every direction. It's like the universe has a temperature, and what you're detecting is thermal radiation from the cosmos itself. The signal's wavelength corresponds to extremely cold thermal radiation, about 3 degrees above absolute zero. This is puzzling until you remember recent theoretical work suggesting that if the universe began in a hot, dense state, the Big Bang, it would have cooled as it expanded. In its earliest moments, the universe would have been hot enough to glow brightly in visible light, even in ultraviolet and X-rays. But as it expanded, this radiation would have stretched to longer wavelengths, shifted by the expansion itself, until today it appears as faint radio waves. You're detecting the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, radiation that has travelled through space for nearly 14 billion years, cooling from temperatures of thousands of degrees to just a few degrees above absolute zero. This cosmic microwave background radiation is direct evidence that the universe had a hot beginning, that it's been expanding and cooling ever since, and that the Big Bang theory is correct. This discovery transforms cosmology from speculation to observational science. Before this, the Big Bang was one theory among several for the universe's origin. Now it's strongly supported by direct evidence, radiation that could only exist if the universe began in a hot, dense state. Alternative theories that proposed an eternal steady-state universe cannot explain this uniform background radiation. The evidence is overwhelming. But the cosmic microwave background isn't just confirmation of the Big Bang. It's a snapshot of the early universe, a window into conditions when the cosmos was just 380,000 years old. Before that time, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Electrons and protons existed as a plasma, and photons scattered off these charged particles constantly, making the universe opaque. When the universe cooled enough for atoms to form, photons suddenly could travel freely. The radiation you're detecting comes from that moment of recombination when the universe became transparent. By studying this radiation in detail, measuring its temperature in different directions, looking for tiny variations in intensity, astronomers will learn about the universe's structure at that early time. Slightly denser regions in the primordial plasma will appear as slightly warmer spots in the microwave background. These density variations were the seeds that eventually grew into galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the large-scale structure visible in the universe today. Over the following decades, increasingly sophisticated instruments will map the cosmic microwave background with extraordinary precision. Satellites like COBE, WMAP, and Planck will measure temperature variations as small as 1 part in 100,000, revealing detailed information about the universe's composition, age, and geometry. These measurements will determine that the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, that it's geometrically flat, and that it contains not just ordinary matter but also dark matter and dark energy, mysterious substances whose nature remains unknown but whose gravitational effects are undeniable. The cosmic microwave background will also provide evidence for cosmic inflation, a brief period of exponential expansion that occurred in the universe's first fraction of a second. Inflation explains why the universe is so uniform on large scales, why it's geometrically flat, and why certain types of irregularity appear in the density distribution of matter. Without inflation, the universe's observed properties would require extraordinarily fine-tuned initial conditions. With inflation, these properties emerge naturally from well-understood physics. As you examine the data streaming from the radio telescope, you're struck by how much can be learned from such a faint signal. This radiation is incredibly weak. The total energy from the cosmic microwave background hitting a person's body is far less than the energy from distant starlight, which itself is minimal. Yet this faint signal contains information about the universe's age, composition, geometry, and early history. It's as if the cosmos has left its signature written in radiation, waiting billions of years for technology to become sophisticated enough to read it. You think about the long chain of discoveries that led here. Hubble discovered galactic recession, implying the universe expands, extrapolating this expansion backward to a hot, dense beginning. Theoretical physicists are calculating what conditions would be like in the early universe, predicting that thermal radiation from that era should still be detectable. Engineers are developing radio astronomy, creating instruments sensitive enough to detect faint cosmic signals, and now the detection itself, confirming predictions and opening new avenues of research. The cosmic microwave background is also humbling. It shows that the matter we're familiar with, atoms, molecules, everything made of protons, neutrons and electrons, comprises only about 5% of the universe's total energy content. The rest is dark matter and dark energy, substances whose nature is completely unknown. We've mapped the universe, measured its age, determined its composition, and discovered that we don't understand 95% of what it contains. Yet this ignorance is exciting rather than discouraging. It means astronomy is far from finished. There are fundamental mysteries remaining, questions whose answers will require new physics, new observations, and perhaps revolutionary insights comparable to those that launched quantum mechanics or relativity. The universe is still surprising us, still revealing that reality is stranger and more wonderful than our theories predict. As dawn approaches and your observing shift ends, you prepare your preliminary report. The signal is real, it's cosmic, and it matches predictions for the cooled radiation from the Big Bang. Other observers will confirm it independently. That's already happening, actually, with similar detections reported by other teams. Soon this discovery will be announced publicly, and it will transform humanity's understanding of cosmic history. The stars fade as the sky brightens, but you know they're still there, still shining, their light mixing with the faint microwave glow from the universe's hot beginning. That glow has travelled for nearly 14 billion years to reach your antennas, carrying information about a time when no stars existed, when no galaxies had formed, and when the universe was just a hot, dense plasma beginning its long expansion toward the cool, structured cosmos we inhabit today. Somewhere in that ancient radiation, in its tiny temperature variations and subtle polarization patterns, lie answers to questions humanity hasn't yet learned to ask. Future astronomers will extract those answers, learning things about the universe's origin, structure and fate that you can't even imagine. But tonight, you've contributed your part to that ongoing project, detecting the whisper from the beginning, confirming that the universe has a history, and opening a new window on cosmic time. You're lying on your back in a dark field, and the year is now. No specific year, really. This could be tonight, tomorrow night, or any clear night when you decide to look up rather than down, out rather than in. The grass beneath you is slightly damp with evening dew, the air is cool, and above you the sky blazes with stars. If you're far from cities, you can see the Milky Way, that same river of light that our ancestors saw, though you know now it's actually the combined light of billions of stars in our galaxy's disk. Viewed edge-on from Earth's position within it, you can see planets too, though you need to know where to look and when. Venus might be brilliant in the west just after sunset. Jupiter could be high overhead, its moons invisible to your naked eyes, but there nonetheless, exactly as Galileo saw them. Mars might show its distinctive red-orange colour, dust storms in its thin atmosphere reflecting sunlight from 90 million miles away. And you can see stars, thousands of them with naked eyes, millions through modest telescopes and billions through instruments like Hubble or the James Webb Space Telescope. Each one is a sun, many hosting planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. The light reaching your eyes left those stars years or decades or centuries ago, making you a time traveller of sorts, seeing the universe not as it is but as it was. You know things those ancient observers couldn't have imagined. You know the stars are powered by nuclear fusion, converting hydrogen to helium in their cores, generating energy through Einstein's famous equation relating mass and energy. You know the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old, formed in a hot Big Bang and expanding ever since. You know that galaxies cluster into groups and superclusters, forming a cosmic web of structure spanning billions of light years. You know the universe contains dark matter, invisible substance detected only through its gravitational effects, making up roughly 27% of the universe's total energy. You know that dark energy, even more mysterious, comprises about 68%, and it's causing the universe's expansion to accelerate. Distant galaxies are not just moving away, they're moving away faster over time, driven by this mysterious dark energy whose nature is one of physics' greatest unsolved problems. You know that many stars have planets, that exoplanets number in the thousands already discovered, and that more are found constantly. You know some of these worlds are roughly Earth-sized, orbiting their stars at distances where liquid water could exist. You know the chemistry of life, carbon-based molecules, water and energy, is common throughout the universe. You know that if life exists here, it probably exists elsewhere too, though whether it's common or rare, simple or complex, contemporary or extinct, remains unknown. Yet despite all this knowledge, you're lying in a field looking at stars exactly as humans have done for hundreds of thousands of years. The technology has changed dramatically. You might have a telescope beside you, or a smartphone app identifying constellations, or coordinates for satellites passing overhead, but the fundamental activity is unchanged. You're watching the sky, wondering about those lights, continuing a tradition older than civilization itself. The stars you're seeing are the same stars ancient observers saw, give or take a few supernovae and proper motion over millennia. The patterns are almost identical. If an Ice Age hunter or a Babylonian priest or a Polynesian navigator joined you in this field, you'd recognize the same constellations, point to the same bright stars, and share the same sense of wonder at the vastness above. What's different is understanding. You know what those lights are, how far away they are, what they're made of, how they formed, and how they'll die. You know the physics governing their behavior, the chemistry of their atmospheres, and the mechanics of their orbits. You've turned mystery into knowledge, but somehow the wonder remains undiminished. Perhaps it's even greater now, because you understand not just what you're seeing, but what it means. Billions of worlds scattered across incomprehensible distances, all governed by universal laws, all part of one vast interconnected cosmos. This knowledge was hard-won. It required countless observers spending countless nights recording positions, measuring angles, timing events, and noting correlations. It required mathematical genius to create models explaining observations. It required technological innovation to build instruments extending human senses into realms we can't perceive unaided. It required patience, the patience to make observations over lifetimes, to pursue answers across generations, and to accept that some questions wouldn't be answered in any individual lifetime. But mostly it required curiosity, that simple desire to understand, to know what those lights are and what they mean, has driven humanity's astronomical efforts from the beginning. We didn't need to understand the stars to survive. Early humans managed without knowing stellar distances or galactic structures. But we wanted to know anyway, and that wanting was enough to motivate millennia of effort. As you lie there, you might wonder what future observers will know that you don't. What discoveries await better instruments, deeper observations and more sophisticated theories? Will we find life on other worlds, or evidence that we're alone? Will we understand dark matter and dark energy, or will they remain mysterious? Will we discover the universe's ultimate fate, endless expansion, eventual collapse, or something stranger? Will we develop technologies allowing travel to other stars, or will the distances prove insurmountable? You don't know, and that's wonderful. It means astronomy's story isn't finished. There are still mysteries to solve, discoveries to make, and revolutions in understanding waiting to happen. The universe is vast and strange, and humanity has barely begun exploring it. What we've learned in our brief time as a species is impressive, but what remains to learn is surely greater still. The stars shine on, indifferent to human observation, following physical laws established billions of years ago in the universe's hot beginning. They'll continue shining long after humanity is gone, whether that's thousands, millions, or billions of years from now. But while we're here, while we have the capacity to wonder and observe and understand, we're part of something magnificent, the universe coming to know itself. Because that's what astronomy is ultimately. It's the cosmos developing awareness, asking questions about its own nature, and seeking answers to how and why it exists. We are the universe observing itself, matter and energy arranged in patterns complex enough to contemplate their own origins. When you look at stars and wonder about them, you're participating in something profound, the long patient work of understanding, of transforming mystery into knowledge, of finding humanity's place in the vast cosmic story. So when clear nights come, step outside, look up. You're carrying forward a tradition hundreds of thousands of years old, joining countless observers across time who've shared your curiosity. You're seeing light that travelled across space and time to reach your eyes, photons that began their journeys years or centuries ago from distant suns. You're witnessing a universe of almost incomprehensible scale and beauty, governed by elegant laws we've only partially understood. And in doing so, you're continuing the work those first curious humans began on African grasslands so long ago. The work of looking upward, wondering what those lights might be, and slowly, patiently, figuring it out. The journey isn't finished. The sky holds mystery still, waiting for observers with new tools and new insights to reveal them. But tonight, you're part of that journey, connected across time to everyone who's ever wondered about the stars. Welcome to that ancient fellowship of star watchers. The universe is vast, beautiful, and comprehensible, and it's been waiting billions of years for minds capable of understanding it. You're one of those minds. Look up, wonder, and know that you're participating in one of humanity's greatest projects. The long, patient effort to understand how the universe works and our place within it. Sweet dreams beneath the stars. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tyrion's protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deed spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication, unlike Athens or Thebes. It lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle, drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus's palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They'd heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again, that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside, duties at displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph? Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered. Yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules, tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades, diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning, and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh. and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the court seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return. sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his 3 minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda and his path of atonement. Only one task remained, descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus bare-handed if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed, could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the god's inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step, he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in male fulfilling of the destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were at the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory, drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction, though the king had long resented Hercules. Learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power, as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognizing his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell in the retelling of old stories. His name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides, highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes, the moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines, yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Qarir bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem Al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Korea to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Korea's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Korea took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognised oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognised Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Carrier to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Carrier that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Carrier remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Carrier lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Carrier wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Carrier noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Carrier noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Carrier finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Carrier's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in stolen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Carrier walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Carrier, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Carrier's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Carrier volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Carrier gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, They reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Courier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Courier noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Courier consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Courier felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Courier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Courier used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Courier sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Courier woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. 2 figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Korea's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from text salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Korea, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Korea shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varash as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time.